Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там пивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1094 of the War News stream. And today we have very good news, and also we do have bad news as well. But we'll get to the good news first. And today we're hearing that Ukraine is destroying Russian forces in Pokrovsk yet again. Also, France is launching an unprecedented war effort. And also, Russia is going to falsely declare victory in Ukraine in the coming days, according to some reports. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world as shocking developments have been announced inside of Europe today, as at this very moment, the European Union is going to be approving a $20 billion aid package to the state of Ukraine in military arms and equipment here incredibly soon. At the exact same time, the President of the Republic of France, Emmanuel Macron, has declared that they will be ramping up their military spending to 5% of GDP in preparation for a possibly inevitable war with the Russian Federation and the possible withdrawal of U.S. forces from Europe here in the very near future. This is following along with statements made by the Germans and the British, as we have been able to hear that the German foreign minister today has openly stated that Germany may make reprisals against the United States and its incredibly odd behavior in Europe currently on the diplomatic level, as it sees that this is not within America or the West's interest or Europe's interest at large, and for this reason the Europeans are now carving up some sort of, well, the Germans specifically are carving up some sort of response to American actions that have been done recently. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom is also preparing a new support package of its own outside of the French and European Union-led support package that's currently being approved inside the European Union's parliament at this time. It does appear that Emmanuel Macron is attempting to position the French Republic for its future as the leader of the European sphere that appears will naturally evolve out of the diplomatic fracas that has occurred in between the United States and the European Union Ukraine over the past few weeks. Meanwhile, inside of Italy, we have been able to see that for the first time ever, Centauro-wheeled gun carriers will be provided to the state of Ukraine here in the very near future. One of the first times that we've ever seen an Italian armed vehicle being provided to the state of Ukraine for the war effort, showing that now even the Italians are beginning to hop in on the arms support to the state of Ukraine. However, there is some unfortunate news, as a form of diplomatic blackmail has been used against the state of Ukraine today by the President of the United States of America. We have been able to hear that direct threats have been leveraged against the state of Ukraine, that if they do not accept the mineral deal that the United States of America has set forward, meaning that the United States gets access to $500 billion worth of Ukrainian rare metals, the United States not only will withdraw all military support or the possibility of military support into the future, but will also shut off the Starlink system as well, leaving the Ukrainians completely blind to be able to use their most devastating weapon against the Russian Federation on the battlefield, FPV drones. This has led the state of Ukraine and President Zelenskyy, at least according to our last statements that we were hearing, apparently they appear that they're going to be signing the mineral deal, so hopefully, at least at a bare minimum, they will be able to remain or retain access to the Starlink system to be able to use their drones, although all of that is still largely uncertain whether the Ukrainians agree to the arrangement or not. Nevertheless, while the state of Ukraine is dealing with incredibly tough circumstances on the diplomatic field, we were also able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces are doing wildly well on the battlefield again in almost a miraculous way for the fourth day in a row, as the Ukrainian armed forces have continued to push back the Russian Federation in Pokrovsk and Toretsk, and it does appear that Russian Federation armed forces are now unable to achieve frontline advances in any other area, including areas such as Velika Novosilka, the direction just north of Tokmak near Robotny, in the Severonsky Forest, near to Kupiansk, as well as in Kursk as well. It does appear that at this time, the Russian Federation is completely unable to take ground, or in some areas where Ukrainian counterattacks are going on strongly, hold the ground that they've been able to gain so far. Meanwhile, in other areas of the world, we have also been able to hear that inside the Pacific, it appears that the United States is continuing the construction of a brand new airfield that is actually being renovated from the remains of an old World War II airbase that was used by the United States of America to conduct bombing campaigns against Imperial Japan and the Japanese mainland. Meanwhile, we've also been able to hear that Alaskan Air National Guard F-35s were scrambled today to turn around Russian bombers that had entered the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone. We have also been able to hear in other major news that the USS Stockdale, I believe, Stockdale, correction, an early Burke-class destroyer, has returned from a 7-month deployment to the area of the Middle East and has an amazing kill count on board it, with the victory marks that are being displayed, showing that it had an incredibly successful mission protecting American and Western interests around the Middle East, and of course is returning home victorious from that campaign. But nevertheless, we have loads and loads of news to cover here over the next 24 hours, and it is a massive amount. I have to say, it's an incredibly large amount, especially with the diplomatic developments that are happening in support of Ukraine and against Ukraine on into the future. We have been able to hear...
What do we got first? What do we have first and foremost? Do we have the good news or the bad news first? It looked like most people wanted the bad news first, but which one are we covering?
We're going to be going with apparently what most people would want to hear, which is the bad news first, but then we're going to be telling you all the silver lining that's coming out of all of it. So while the initial news may not be sounding that good, it's going to end up being fine here in the end once we get done with the whole story. So getting y'all into the story at all, we have been able to hear that U.S. diplomatic efforts against Ukraine have been roughshod at best, or absolutely diabolical at worst. We have been able to hear that the United States of America has reapproached the mineral deal to Ukraine, and to lay out the exact idea around the mineral agreement. The mineral agreement is not to ascertain Ukraine military support into the future. The mineral deal is actually to repay the United States for the support that was given under the prior administration that had no strings attached to it, rather than providing military support alone. What the Ukrainians have to do under this mineral deal is give up $500 billion worth of rare metals or rare metal veins that exist inside of the state of Ukraine to the United States of America indefinitely, to be invested in and extracted by U.S. companies and then shipped directly back to the United States to be used inside of the U.S. economy for multiple industrial applications and commercial applications as well. In return, the Ukrainians get nothing. That's the deal. But there is no guarantee of military support into the future with this arrangement that is currently being presented by the United States. And another thing is that it is wildly lopsided, and the Ukrainians have pointed this out. To explain something really quickly, the actual amount of financial aid of any sort that has been provided by the United States to the state of Ukraine is just a little over $100 billion, meaning around $105 to $110 billion has been provided by the United States of America to the state of Ukraine. Out of that nearly $110 billion, nearly $65 to $67 billion of those funds was provided in direct military support, meaning that was the appraisement of the value of the American equipment systems and weapons that the United States provided that were sent over to Ukraine over the course of the past 3 years, meaning that the war in Ukraine has costed the taxpayer approximately $20 billion per year on average in terms of war support to the state of Ukraine. On the other hand, the remainder of it was provided in humanitarian support, attempting to help out the millions of Ukrainian refugees that were fleeing the Russian armed forces as they were conducting largely a near genocide against Ukrainians that stayed inside of their hometowns. And then another smaller part of that was actually provided in direct cash directly to the Ukrainian government for them to be able to finance their own governmental operations, because simply put, the cost of the war is far too much for the Ukrainians to actually bear. Their national GDP isn't even really close to the amount of support that would be required to be able to keep the war going this entire time. With this in mind, the state of Ukraine has found itself in a very precarious position because the United States is demanding that they get pretty much a 1,000% return on the investment that we have made into Ukraine militarily over the past 3 years in the demand for the return of all pretty much U.S. support in the form of raw metals that are about worth $550 billion. It's an incredibly lopsided deal, and the president of Ukraine has stated that in the past, that it is wildly lopsided and very unfair to the state of Ukraine, and not only that, it doesn't even guarantee future U.S. support. The United States decided today to make it incredibly clear that if they do not move forward with agreeing to this minerals deal, they are going to be halting all support of any kind from the United States into the future. The U.S. officials have stated that it's a make or break scenario for the state of Ukraine. Meanwhile, we also got to hear that they then added on and sweetened the largely the blackmail attempt by saying that if they do not move forward with signing the mineral agreement, the U.S., largely SpaceX actually, is going to be shutting off access to the Starlink system to the state of Ukraine. This is probably more important, really, than further U.S. military support. And we'll get to why that's not going to be that important in the future if U.S. military support did end. But the cutting off of Starlink to the state of Ukraine is actually more of a death knell than anything as far as the Ukrainians are concerned. The Ukrainians will probably never at this point, at least within the next few months, ever even get close to reaching firepower parity with the Russian Federation in the amount of artillery shells that are fired. The state of Ukraine just does not have the available amount of ammunition at this time, either from U.S. stocks that have been sent or European stocks that continue to be sent, to be able to match the Russians shot for shot on the battlefield. Really, the most important metric of how to win the war is how to fire the most shells, or as many shells as the Russians are firing. With this in mind, the Ukrainians have had to find a very innovative and cheap way to fill that gap, and how they have filled that gap is by using FPV drones. FPV drones are incredibly accurate and incredibly inexpensive, making it the perfect option for the state of Ukraine, which is, of course, always in a financial pinch because they really don't have a lot of funds to work off of, even with a large amount of foreign support. And for this reason, the state of Ukraine requires the use of the Starlink system to operate most of their drones. Otherwise, they will have to completely change their drone manufacturing process to move entirely over to creating fiber optic drones that do not require some sort of a remote connection that the Starlink terminal provides. However, in the meantime, though, in a short-term situation of a month or 2 months, most Ukrainian drones that are currently being used on the battlefield of most varieties and types will largely find themselves completely unusable, as the state of Ukraine would not be able to operate them due to the lack of the Starlink connection. With this in mind, the state of Ukraine is pretty much having their hands tied at this point on the kind of decision that they could make, because they have to be able to ensure that their FPV drones continue to fly. Otherwise, they will be facing serious losses on the front lines and will be nowhere close to reaching any kind of firepower parity with the Russian Federation at any point in the future whatsoever. With this in mind, we have been able to hear that the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, appears that he's going to be finalizing the mineral deal in a few hours. And of course, this is largely apparently under duress because of the threat that the United States has made to withdraw all support, militarily, economically, and humanitarianly, and also to completely withdraw the access to the Starlink terminals inside the state of Ukraine. It is, of course, a fairly raw deal, a fairly common occurrence at this point to see such raw deals being given out. But nevertheless, we do have a lot of people weighing in on this at the moment because this kind of news isn't exactly the best news. Most people would know that this is pretty interesting kind of a deal. But still, a lot of people have been weighing in their opinions on this, and I'm really holding back mine until we cover all of y'all's. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, about the U.S. threat to abandon Ukraine and pretty much forcing Zelensky's hand to sign a mineral deal that gives over $500 billion of rare metals in the state of Ukraine, largely in exchange for about $100 billion of U.S. support over the past 3 deals? Past 3 years. What are people thinking about that, Matthew? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So today the pressure has been ramped up to 100% on Zelenskyy because right now the mineral deal is the main reason there's a rift between the Ukrainian government and the United States government. This is the main crux of the issue right now because it sounds like the U.S. was very upset that they did not immediately sign the deal in Ukraine without reading it. And of course, everybody deserves the right to read the contract before they sign it, and the U.S. was trying to pressure Zelenskyy to get that done before he could even read it, which is shady in itself. So what are your thoughts on the issue? It looks like 63% said this is bad, this is U.S. extortion of Ukraine, while 19% said that's good, the U.S. deserves that $500 billion in minerals, and 13% said it depends on the final terms. And I will say this, it sounds like Zelenskyy is being put into the situation basically under duress because right now we're hearing that the United States has issued an ultimatum that they are going to abandon Ukraine completely if Zelenskyy does not sign this deal. The U.S. president is stopping short of saying that out loud, but he basically said that today in indirect terms, which is, of course, a very bad position to put Zelenskyy in because that basically forces him to sign this contract. Also, we have heard the rumors that Starlink may be shut off by maybe the U.S. government or force maybe SpaceX to shut it off. And that would, of course, hinder Ukraine with using their FPV drones and would hinder them from attacking the Russians, which would cripple them tremendously. That would be a death knell, like the enforcer said, to the Ukrainian forces. So I would say I'm with the 63%. This is bad. Once again, I see no problem with compensating the United States for the aid we've already sent, but we've only sent $67 billion in military aid to Ukraine. We haven't sent $500 billion in aid. So to think that we're entitled to $500 billion when we've only sent a fraction of that in aid it's not fair, it's not just, it's not American. Let's just put it that way. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that the deal that has been presented to Ukraine is the rawest deal that I have ever seen presented to any country in the 21st century, or much less the latter half of the 20th century. I have never seen such a deal or an arrangement largely being forced onto a country that really has no say in the matter because they either accept it and pray to God that the United States continues to support them, or they just get screwed over regardless 100%. It is one of the most messed up things that I've actually seen. We actually covered this a little while ago because originally the Office of the President of the United States stated that they were going to be providing the mineral deal to Ukraine, giving the United States access to $500 billion worth of minerals, rare metals inside of Ukraine, but in exchange, the Ukrainians would be able to rely on continued U.S. financial and military support indefinitely until the war could end. Based off of that original deal, we actually analyzed that this was an incredibly fair deal. The state of Ukraine continues to get incredibly vital military support and economic support from the United States to be able to keep them on the fighting edge of the battle, but at the same time, the United States also gets in return valuable rare metals that could be used inside the U.S. economy. With that presentation a week or two ago, it actually sounded fairly good. But with how it's actually being conducted in practice, pretty much telling the Ukrainians that they're not getting a damn cent from the United States at all in the future, possibly, but they better give us $550 billion worth of rare metals in exchange for practically nothing off of support that was given to them in the past with no strings attached, is an incredibly raw deal. The rawest one that I've ever seen, and I would actually say that this is, in my opinion, incredibly scummy and very very shady looking as far as the United States is concerned on the diplomatic level. The support
I
that
would say, Enforcer, one way this deal could be redeemed. There is one thing that could happen to make this deal actually fair, and that would be for the United States to include a clause in this mineral deal, basically guaranteeing Ukraine future security aid. If they were to do that, the deal might become fair at that point. But until that happens, and right now we haven't heard any clause in there about that. So it sounds like this is for prior aid being sent to Ukraine by the United States and not for future aid. So if it is the way it sounds like it is, with no future security guarantees, this could be one of the biggest thefts of a foreign country's minerals that I've ever seen in modern history. It could be that.
I've never actually seen something like this, to be entirely honest. And also another thing that I have to put out is that largely under U.S. law, and this is something a little bit important to remember, if we were to work off of our own laws and arrangements inside the United States, according to the United States, you can never punish someone or demand compensation for something retroactively that didn't have any strings attached to it originally. That's how the law works inside the United States. So you can't give someone $500 for rent and say, oh, it's fine, don't worry about it, and then 2 years later sue them in court for not repaying you that $500 with 300% interest when that wasn't originally agreed upon. That's just something that does not happen inside the United States. And not only that, if you did something inside the United States, say for example, like at the beginning of the last century, you were an avid user of Coca-Cola, which at the time actually was a narcotic, and then after the Harold-Taft Act, all narcotics inside the United States became illegal. The U.S. government couldn't come out of their way to arrest you and charge you with the use or possession of drugs, because at that time when you were using them, it was not illegal. That's just largely how really all laws in the world work. You can never try and slap something on someone for something retroactively that's already happened. It would be perfectly fine, in my opinion, if the United States wanted to present this deal and say that this was future Ukrainian support, and to ensure that without a shadow of a doubt, as long as the value of U.S. support didn't supersede the value of the minerals that have been provided, the United States would continue to provide military and economic support to Ukraine. That would be completely fine, and I actually would say that that's largely a win-win for everyone. The Ukrainians continue to fight for their survival, which they must, and it's also inherently within Western interests, but at the same time, the United States gets a large amount of raw rare metals that they could use inside their economy. That would be incredibly fair. But to say that the prior administration, which was completely within their right, along with the Congress, to approve this funding to send over to Ukraine, and literally everybody was in agreement on it, and not just the president of the United States of the prior administration, but pretty much the majority of the Congress was in support of providing the Ukrainians with support, to then say that all of those people were wrong, and we're now going to demand that the Ukrainians give over pretty much, if you include all support, 500% a return on the investment right now or else. That's an incredibly raw and messed up deal. I have not heard a deal like that ever presented before to anyone, unless if it was a country that was about to completely screw someone over and invade them. For example, Nazi Germany to Poland, demanding that they hand over the free city of Danzig, otherwise the German government would declare war against Poland and invade the Polish state that existed at that time, or anything else along those lines. It's like, I can't really put it into words enough how messed up of a deal this is. And some people might say, well, the Ukrainians have to repay us. You don't do it this way. I don't know. Let me put it out this way, because I'm sure that many of y'all are up to your necks in debt, because that's what Americans do. How would you like it if the bank just showed up tomorrow and said, you're going to give us your firstborn child, or we're going to foreclose your house and take your car? How would you like that? That would seem fairly unfair, right? Because you generally had some sort of a mortgage agreement on your house, and you also had a car payment plan to be able to pay off your car over time. That's usually how repayments work. You don't sit there and just show up one day out of the blue and go, okay, now we deserve 500% of our investment into your country back right now, or else we're going to screw you over. It's just wrong.
I will say this. To be fair on both sides. There's nothing wrong, in my opinion, with getting compensated for the aid we've sent in the past. There's nothing wrong with that. And also, I don't think Zelenskyy would object to that either. But the problem is, though, with the $500 billion deal, which is being discussed right now, that is a hell of a lot more money than we've ever sent to Ukraine, and compensated them with military equipment or humanitarian assistance or anything like that. So if we were to get a fraction of it to compensate us for what we've already sent, that might be fair. You know, it wouldn't be the best thing for Ukraine, but it would be fair to the United States. But we're asking for so much more. That's what makes it really, really unfair.
Well, something that I do want to put out there is that some people may not know this, but the Lend-Lease wasn't free to Britain or any other country for that matter in the Second World War. The only people that it was free for was the Soviet Union because they refused to repay us for the support that we gave them. But the British got done paying off their pretty much the investment that the U.S. made into the United Kingdom during World War II in 2022. Just 3 years ago. That's when they got done finally paying off all of the installments that they owed the United States because of the Lend-Lease campaign that we did for them. The payment plan was stretched out over such a long period of time that the British would never be financially bankrupted or screwed over for the large part from the U.S. Lend-Lease that was provided. And that was already agreed upon initially when the Lend-Lease was given to the British. It wasn't something that came out at the end of the war where the British went, yay, we did it, we beat the Germans together, and America did it. Right, we are. Okay, now you have to repay me. Like, it wasn't like that. The United States made it clear up front, we will expect a certain kind of a payment installment well into the future for all support that you receive. We'd also like that equipment back at the end of the war, and if any equipment is destroyed, you have to pay for the loss of that piece of equipment. And of course, over a payment plan, over an incredibly long period of time, over fairly minuscule payments in the grand scheme of things. It's wild to think that this is the kind of deal that's being presented to Ukraine at this point, because it pretty much seems as though they're just shafting the Ukrainians, really just to shaft them at this point. Because if you want to be repaid, that's fine, but you do it fairly. Like, I'm not against saying that the Ukrainians should repay the United States for the support that we've given them, but at the same time, you can't do that retroactively. The last administration gave it to them with the no strings attached, quite literally just military support for the hell of it, usually because most of the equipment was going to be retired and demolished anyways. So the state of Ukraine got that equipment for free. If the current administration doesn't like that, then we can change that going on from this point forward. But you can never go back and retroactively change something. You're doing something that largely would be completely illegal on the state and federal level inside the United States, and largely would be considered incredibly shady and very questionable in the realm of international law for the large part. But nevertheless, I hope that kind of covers the bases there somewhat well on the bad news that we have, but it's time for us to get into the good news, because the bad news is the bad news, but there's always a silver lining to something, and there's always more than one way to skin a cat, as they say in the old saying. We have been able to hear that there is hope on the horizon, because there is a new contender that's coming out of the shadows, one that is in the thumbnail. Many of y'all have seen the guide tonight in the thumbnail before we even got to covering this news, and it doesn't appear that all hope for Ukraine is lost. I know that many people would like to believe, and I would like to think, that the United States is the maker or breaker of Ukraine, but the reality of the fact is that we are not, and that the Europeans in themselves have such an economic power in their own right, almost completely on par with the United States, that it is very easy to see that the Europeans would be able to step up and continue to keep the war going all the way on until the end. And this brings us on into Paris today, where we have been able to hear probably the most important godsend that Ukraine could get at this time, while it appears that they're going to be shafted by the United States of America. Emmanuel Macron has stated that the French government is going to be upping military spending from around 2.2%, where it's at right now, to 5% of GDP here within the very near future, as the French government is now going to be moving on into mobilization and militarization of the Republic of France, or as they call it, the French Republic, and they're now going to be moving on into the modern world practically as the leader of a separate European sphere, if it comes down to it. We were able to hear this statement today from the French publication Le Monde, which is a very large French newspaper, but we were able to hear not too long ago that Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, tries to prepare public opinion for an unprecedented war effort. The executive wants to prepare French society for the beginnings of a war effort unprecedented since 1945. Largely what we are understanding at this point is that the French government, led by Emmanuel Macron, which largely has been pushing for an independent European sphere since about 10 years ago, but really to no great success, is starting to see that the trade winds are beginning to shift for the Europeans, that things are actually starting to move in favor of the French, to where they actually could start to push for a separate European sphere from the United States and largely succeed. What Emmanuel Macron wants to do, to explain a little bit of the French perspective, is to create a European sphere that is largely headed and based in France. This is something that actually is majorly beneficial for the French for the large part, and this all ties down, once again, kind of like the U.S. aspect that I've been trying to explain time and time again, it largely all boils down to the economic and military incentive that is really inherent within being the leader of a sphere. The French government is a country, well, I would actually have to say Emmanuel Macron is fairly smart as far as he's looking out for French interests alone. Back when the European Union was founded, it was actually created by the French to meld the German and French economies together and make them so interconnected that the concept of the Germans ever getting into a position where they could go to war with France would never happen, because economically all interest would be pointing towards that would lead to the destruction of the German economy as well. The French have largely planned like this ever since the end of World War II, and even in the present day, the Republic of France largely looks out for French interest, of course Western interest, but largely French interest primarily, and the security of itself and its surrounding partners. If the United States is to start withdrawing from Europe, which is actually a large concern that has been held by many European countries today, the French government is wanting to step forward and fill the gap that the United States would leave. This is where the massive spending increase on the French military comes in. By increasing the military spending to 5% of the GDP spending limit of the French government, they would be able to see that the French military would become so large, well-funded, and pretty much voluminous that they really could fill all of the gaps that the United States left behind across the entire face of Europe. Not only that, but with that massive increase in spending, the French government largely can provide the Ukrainians with weapons indefinitely. Now, here comes something that actually is going to be shocking to many people. Well, Enforcer, many people will say, doesn't every single country in Europe pretty much buy American weapons? So the U.S. pretty much gets to control each and every single one of these countries, because if they sell American weapons or do something with American weapons that the United States isn't happy with, they can pretty much just bar them from buying future U.S. weapons. That's actually not the case for France. France is a country that is incredibly special and is pretty much a phenomenon inside of Europe in the modern day. The French completely produce their weapons domestically. There is seldom a piece of a French weapon system that is made outside of the Republic of France or the French Republic. There are practically none. The French military and the French government, for this reason, are entirely self-sufficient on a defensive standing, and this means that the United States really has no military leverage in terms of arms support to the French that could be used. And this is what has made the French a wild card pretty much throughout the entirety of the war so far, where they can really say and do whatever they want without the U.S. holding any undue leverage over them, is because France doesn't really have that much of a connection with the United States beyond the trade aspect. They aren't buying American missiles. They aren't buying American ground systems. They aren't really buying much of anything from the United States of America. Very little of it is American provided or produced by an American country. They do have, well, not an American country, but an American company. They do have some CH-47 Chinooks, and they, I believe, also have some M270s as well, but they're incredibly small numbers compared to the actual domestically produced French systems that the French provide. The French produce their own aircraft, all in-house. The Rafale and the Mirage 2005Fs are all produced domestically inside of France, including every single part of the avionics, computer systems, and internal, I guess you could say, mechanics of the aircraft. All are produced inside of France. Most, if not all, French ground equipment is entirely produced in France from start to finish, of course, including all of the electronics, targeting systems, and so on. French weaponry is produced entirely by France. The French service rifle, which is a H&K 416, is produced in Germany, but due to their strong connections together in the European Union, really as their keystone members, that will never be threatened. So the French can largely rely on H&K to continue to provide the French with H&K 416s or HK 416s well on into the future. And this means that France, unlike other countries, actually has the ability to ramp up military spending and just send everything that they want to Ukraine, no holds barred. And that's actually something that we haven't touched on much, is that, and let me make sure that here that I can get it, French Army equipment. Let me go show you all this really quickly, because this is something that a lot of people really don't know, is that the French military is actually incredibly well equipped, even for its size. It's actually one of the larger ground armies in Europe, but it's still incredibly well equipped. And to just get y'all down into some of the weapon systems themselves, they do use the Glock as one of their main service pistols. Matthew will love that.
Nice. I like that. I like that. Which one? The Glock 17 is that? I see. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They use the long snoot Glock. That's a good one.
Man, they use the one that goes around sniffing around corners. He goes, something like that. But nevertheless, they also use the HK-USP and also the PAMAS G1, which is pretty much a French version of the Beretta. The Beretta 92 specifically. They also use the P90, the MP7, and the MP5. Those are largely used by Special Operations Command, so you won't see those in common service. But nowadays, their primary service rifle is the HK-416 for some of France's most elite units, and currently the FAMAS, which is still being used by pretty much the remainder of the French army, is still being phased out at this time. Not a bad rifle by most standards, but still the French would like to look for higher reliability in the HK-416 platform. They also have a wide variety of other kinds of weapon systems, moving past the small arms, that are fairly effective or largely a French equivalent to an American weapon system. For one, they have the Milan, and this is one that hasn't really been mentioned much, but the Milan is pretty much the French version of the TOW. So if you think that the Ukrainians would be screwed if they do not get TOW missiles, TOWs can eventually be replaced by the Milan. I believe that nowadays they use the Milan 3, but there's been about, I think, 3 different versions of the Milan. There's the Milan 1, the Milan 2, and the Milan 3. I think the French would largely provide the Ukrainians with the Milan 3. They also have the Eriks, which is pretty much the French equivalent to the Javelin, meaning that there is pretty much a French equivalent in the anti-tank guided missile category to every single American weapon system that's been provided so far that is produced entirely in-house by the French. The French do have some Javelins in service in the French armed forces, but not in incredibly large amounts compared to the Eriks or other kinds of anti-tank systems that have been produced inside of Europe, largely in-house. They also have a brand new kind of a anti-tank guided missile system that is supposed to be replacing the Milan. We would probably never see it in service in Ukraine, but it's the Acheron. It is pretty much like a Stugna / TOW launcher. It has the same punching power pretty much as a TOW, but it is autonomously operated just like a Stugna. So it's actually incredibly good in the anti-tank category and ensures that casualties when operating these kinds of systems would be minimal or non-existent for the large part. They also have a large amount of main battle tanks that are available in reserve in the form of the Leclerc. The Leclerc has never been seen in Ukraine, and the French have not provided any Leclercs to the state of Ukraine so far. But much like the Chocolate Eclair, these things are absolutely sweet in their abilities. It is the only NATO main battle tank that actually has an autoloader. So it's the only NATO main battle tank, mind you, that has a crew of 3 instead of a crew of 4. This means that training times to operate a Leclerc are shorter, considering that there is far less crew to manage. Although training times for the gunner and the commander and the driver can still be somewhat lengthy, it largely cuts down on the amount of personnel that are required, and considering that the Ukrainians really have to be tight on their personnel usage, this means that this is incredibly beneficial for the state of Ukraine, because instead of having to have 4 tankers to every tank, they only have 3 tankers to each vehicle. The French Leclerc also has an insane reload rate, meaning that this thing can lay down a high volume of fire. I believe the reload rate on the 120mm main gun of the Leclerc, including the autoloader, is somewhere around 3.5 to 4 seconds, meaning that this thing can fire off a 120mm high explosive or armor-piercing round every single 4 seconds.
That's impressive.
That's wildly impressive, especially considering that most equivalents, such for example, the Leopard 2 has a fire rate, I believe, of around 6 to 7 seconds, and the Abrams also has an incredibly similar fire rate as well. So the French Leclerc is above and beyond in terms of fire rate. The turret slewing rate is also incredibly high. It has about a 40-degree turret rotation per, I believe it's second. It's incredibly fast, and not only that, the tank is also well protected. They also have a wide variety of other vehicles that can be provided to the state of Ukraine, such as the VABs, which have already been provided, the VBCI, which is the French version of the Rosamac for the large part, which is already in Ukrainian service, an incredibly good infantry fighting vehicle and armor personnel carrier. They also have the Griffin, which is their version of the MRAP. Fairly good. It's as well protected as really any other of the type in NATO, so it would be largely effective. They also have the AMX-10 RCs. We have seen those provided to Ukraine in the past, and they also have a larger variety of armored cars to provide as well, along with artillery systems such as the Caesar of multiple different varieties and the AMX-30 AU F1. in general, the French actually can provide military support to Ukraine in the future and really not have to hold any bars to that. The only limit is how much equipment can the French produce, and with them increasing their military spending to nearly 5% or 5% here in the future, it does appear that the French will be able to step up to the task and largely take over control of Europe from the United States if they were to withdraw and become the new leader of the sphere and the military assurer of guarantees within the region. But it does appear that many people are speaking about this French action that's been made today, and it does appear that France is preparing to launch a major war effort in the near future, and a lot of people are wondering, what will be the primary reason? And it seems as though most people are believing that it's to help arm Ukraine in the near future. Others are saying that it's to prepare for a new Russian invasion. Others are saying it just seems like hype talk, and others are unsure and undecided. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so it looks like 50% of the audience said it's to help arm Ukraine in the near future, while 32% said it's to prepare for a new Russian invasion, and 13% said it seems like just hype talk coming out of France. And I will say this, I will be a little bit fair here. France does engage in a lot of hype talk. I think that's something that France likes to do because France is trying to flex its muscles and become basically the new de facto leader of a European sphere of influence. That is France's goal here, and they've been trying to accomplish that for quite some time. But in this case in particular, it sounds like it's a little bit more than hype talk because now it's time for the rubber to meet the road. If France does not step up, then Europe will not have a leader of this new sphere inside of Europe, because it sounds like the United States is moving away from NATO, or at least backing off of it a bit. And Europe is going to need a new leader. And it appears to be that France is probably the most likely candidate for that. So it probably is a necessity for France to step up at this point. So I think they will. And this new announcement, they're preparing a major war effort, is probably just more indications that is actually going to happen. And I would say the primary reason for that to be would probably be to help arm Ukraine. A Russian invasion, while it is possible, is probably less likely than France simply trying to arm themselves to basically give more equipment to Ukraine. So I'm actually with the 51%. I think it is for that reason. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I do believe that it's really a mix of the two. They're most likely preparing for a possible war with the Russian Federation in the future, and at the same time ramping up military spending to arm the state of Ukraine. If the Russians are defeated in Ukraine, everything stops there, and the French really don't have to worry about the Russians going to war with the remainder of NATO. The United States pretty much was non-existent at that point. Another thing is that France and the United Kingdom are in a very special position as far as the security guarantors of the European area, because they are the only nuclear-armed countries within the entirety of Europe. The French and the British have about 400 nuclear missiles or weapons each, meaning that they actually would be able to face off the Russians on a strategic and tactical level on the nuclear battlefield at all points of any kind of a future conflict. And this really does put France, which is the only member of the EU that's nuclear-armed, in an incredibly good position to be the leader of that sphere and to be able to not only be the conventional military provider or guarantor of security, but also the nuclear provider of security as well, all within one package, which would be France. Another thing is that with France becoming the security guarantor of the region, this means that most countries are going to prefer to have some sort of a preferential trading deal with the French, largely as an exchange for the security assurances. This means that this would allow the French economy, which is already doing fairly decent. It's not the fastest growing economy out there in the world, but it is still doing incredibly good. It's one of the larger GDPs out there per country. This means that they would be able to see that their economy would start to grow at a somewhat significant pace, much like Germany's is within the present day currently. Another thing that would be beneficial for France is that they would be able to start securing French interests pretty much separately from the United States, outside of any sort of a larger Western interest and American interest framework within other regions such as West Africa. Many people don't really know this, but the French pretty much have a soft grip on the majority of West Africa, which used to be French colonial holdings, even into the present day, and they've been fighting a bit of a shadow war for the large part, which really has not been mentioned, against the Russian Federation within the area, as the Russian Federation sent the Wagner PMC into the area to pretty much try and uproot French control from West Africa and largely assure that the material wealth being produced in this area went to the Russians instead of the French. This means that if the United States was to withdraw, France largely has its own autonomy at that point and really doesn't have to worry about any diplomatic quandaries on that matter to go down there and just start crushing any Russian PMC that they see and pretty much wipe them off the map to continue to ensure that they keep their semi-colonial holdings in check within Western Africa at this point. But still, It is a very interesting kind of a move, and I do believe that the French probably actually are serious in the kind of assertions and assessments that they are making. It's also a bit of a misnomer to many that the French are a weak country. Historically, the French actually are the country that has won the most battles in history. More battles than any other country out there, which is insane. They've won more battles and wars than the United States, the United Kingdom, the Russian Federation, the Soviet Union. Well, the Soviet Union hardly existed, but we were to clump them all together. Far more battles than the Russian Federation, than the Germans, than anybody. The French generally were balling throughout most of history in terms of military history. They were generally winning, or were on the winning side of pretty much every single conflict that existed out there. They did lose some, and of course everyone knows that they were defeated in the Battle of France in 1940, which has permanently tarnished their reputation, it seems, in the modern day. But beyond that, the French are not to be trifled with for the large part. They will kill each other about as quickly as they'll kill others. So like they are used to the blade. They use it incredibly well, whether it be a guillotine, a sword, or a rifle, or a bayonet on the tip of a rifle. Nevertheless, but beyond that, I do believe that the French might end up becoming the leader of a brand new European sphere that will be pretty much separated from the United States on its own, and may possibly include Canada, as it does appear that Canada's relations with the United States are incredibly leery at this point. It does appear that the Canadians may be wanting to largely remain within a European sphere instead of an American sphere at this point. But beyond that, a lot of interesting things have also been said about another diplomatic move that has been made by the third largest economy in the world. The third largest country economically in the world has actually issued largely a referendum in its own right to the United States, and that would be the Federal Republic of Germany. As we have been able to hear that the German foreign minister, Baerbock, threatened the United States with severing of ties over the president's remarks on Zelenskyy and Ukraine, and this was a direct quote from the foreign minister. "We will increase pressure on the Americans to make them realize they have a lot to lose if they stop supporting Europe's liberal democracies." It does seem as though the Federal Republic of Germany is starting to make it a lot more clear at this point that they are not a large fan of the United States, largely dogging on the Europeans and the Ukrainians and completely removing them from any peace negotiations that have to do with the Russians. It really does seem at this point, in my opinion, that the United States is stepping in it diplomatically, and I believe the office of the president has really overestimated the control of the situation they have around the world, as it appears that practically every single European government and really every single leading European voice within the continent is largely in an uproar against the United States and appears more than happy at this point to conduct economic or diplomatic reprisals against the United States, or to completely sever ties with the United States of America in the future in every aspect, which would be an incredibly devastating move, largely for the United States, but not necessarily for the Europeans, as China is already lined up and ready to conduct trade with the Europeans if the United States is absent. So nevertheless, a lot of people are talking about the German threat from the foreign minister today to sever ties with the United States for abandoning Ukraine. And a lot of people are wondering, will more European nations do this? The French haven't said this, the British haven't said this. It appears that the Germans are the first to the tee on this one here, as it appears that they are the first to levy some sort of a direct ultimatum to the United States such as this. And it seems as though many people are believing that they are the first to make such a statement, but not necessarily the last. It does appear that many people are saying that many more European Union nations will most likely follow suit with the Germans, and as a matter of fact, maybe even the entirety of the European Union Parliament may start to pass measures and actions that largely follow the statements of the German foreign minister today. Others are saying that the Germans are somewhat unique in this sort of an instance, and most other countries would rare dare to ever do something like this to the United States of America. Other people are saying it's just France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, which are only the most economically most significant partners that the United States has in Europe, and some are unsure and undecided. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so it looks like 60% of the audience said yes, many more EU nations will follow by threatening to sever ties with the United States over the Ukraine issue, while 19% said no, Germany is somewhat unique here, and 9% said it's just going to be France, Germany, and the UK. And I'll say this, like the enforcer said, if France, Germany, and the UK all unilaterally say that the EU is going to go against the United States, that pretty much says that all the EU nations are going against the United States, because those are the three big ones. And if they're saying it, the other ones will have to fall in line. That's just the way it works. So, me personally, we've already heard out of Germany these statements here threatening the United States. That's obvious. France is obviously trying to take control of the sphere, and the UK is already threatening to send troops to Ukraine to enforce a peace agreement against the U.S. wishes. So we see all three of the major ones going against the United States already. I think they're getting very close to the point of unifying together and telling the United States that they're going to probably enact some sort of economic punishment against the United States if they continue to abandon Ukraine. And of course, that's going to be controversial with some people. Some people will be like, oh, we don't need Europe. Europe's just whatever. The United States can stand on its own 2 feet. And while the United States probably could for a while, we do rely on trade between the EU and the United States, and that would deal a financial blow to our economy. So it will have an impact. Like, there's no mistake to be made about that. There will be a felt impact from that decision if it is made by these European countries. So I'm going to say there's probably going to be more EU nations following up with this. It's probably going to be more. So I'm with the 61%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that the United States really cannot see a departure from the European Union in terms of trade. It is a significant economic machine in its own right. Total goods trade in between the European Union and the U.S. was near to $1 trillion as of last year. It's a major trade that is conducted in between the United States and the European Union on an annual basis, and it's growing at a clip at 5.1% in between 2023 to 2024, showing that trade isn't slowing down in between the two. As of last year, it's actually rapidly expanding and growing, which is a major boon for the United States and the European Union to continue to see that these kinds of trade figures continue to grow, and that the United States and the European Union continue to trade even more goods and attempt to make even more income. It's a bit of a misnomer that people have that trade deficit is a bad thing. Let me explain why. BMWs are largely produced, some of their models are produced inside of Germany itself, which is a part of the European Union. The United States buys those cars, and they have them shipped all the way from Germany to the United States. This is simplifying a lot in between. We're not going to get into the details here. But beyond that, they ship the cars from BMW, from Germany, to the United States. That is a deficit, because all of those cars being shipped from Germany, it costs millions of dollars in this one instance. But when they arrive in the United States, they weren't a dead-on loss. The United States isn't losing money to the Germans, because then they put out these BMWs at a BMW dealership, and then the guys that are working at that dealership aren't Germans sending all of their money back to Germany. They are Americans working at a car dealership selling German cars to U.S. citizens. They make money. Those dealerships make money. They are a part of the tax base in the United States, and at the end of the day, the United States is actually making a profit off of that trade deficit inside of the country. That's just one example of the kind of benefit that we get from trade with the European Union. Hell, most cars in the United States that people own these days aren't even from an American car company. They are from some sort of an international car company that either has manufacturing operations in the U.S., or the cars are being imported from across the seas, either in East Asia or somewhere within Europe. To say that trade with Europe is not necessary would be a little bit crazy, also considering the fact that a large amount of the American domestic air fleet is made up of Airbus aircraft that are largely manufactured, or a lot of their replacement parts are made, produced, and imported from the European Union. This means that the United States has an inherent benefit in that trade, because it allows us to continue to keep our economic machine running and alive. There are a lot of things that we have connections with the Europeans on as far as trade, and it appears that the Europeans are about fed up with the U.S. pretty much shafting them on the diplomatic level and pretty much reaping all the rewards of the significant amount of trade, the $605 billion worth of goods that the United States continues to import from Europe every year, and acting like that's absolutely nothing in the United States can go without it. There are loads of things that are produced in Europe that the United States cannot produce on its own right now, and if the European supply of it disappeared, the American supply would never arrive. It simply would rapidly skyrocket the costs of American goods that are produced, and you probably wouldn't see that there would be any kind of a major attempt to lower those prices. They would just stay that way, because that would be benefiting the shareholders of the companies inside the United States to keep the prices high, the supply low, and the demand, of course, insanely high. But
it makes you wonder, because it is a bit silly to ignore the fact that if the EU decides to punish the United States for backing off of Ukraine, and they decide to try to damage our economy through their means that they have, that does the U.S. not understand that, or is it just nonsensical by the United States to think that it wouldn't have an impact, or does the United States have a secondary alternative Like, for example, opening up trade with Russia and maybe expanding trade with China to try to compensate for it. I'm wondering which one it is. It's either, no sense being used, just no intelligence involved, or it's they have an alternative plan. They're going to shaft Europe in a different way.
I don't really know. Like, also, by the way, if we open up trade with the Russians, that doesn't replace anything. I mean, the Russians are as economically significant as South Korea as a whole. So it's like, we're giving up a $21 trillion combined economic giant in Europe for a $2 trillion piddling in Russia that would never be able to replace the market that we had inside of Europe. I mean, that would be like, that is a crazy kind of a strategy there if that would be the case. Like, we're giving up diamonds for turds. Like, that's really the exchange that we would be making at that point.
For some reason, it seems to be that the turds are looking a lot more desirable to the United States these days. I have no idea why, because the turds happen to like to invade our allies on a regular basis, which is not a good thing. And once again, China is probably one of our biggest rivals besides Russia. Russia is a military rival, and China is more of an economic rival, even though they both have, equal, aspects in both regards. China is a very big one. So having to rely on China for more imports and exports, and also Russia as well, that's just not a good strategy if that's the goal behind these recent moves here. So losing the EU ultimately would be very bad for the United States economy. It would be bad for our collective defense, because basically that would ruin NATO, which is the strongest military alliance we've seen in forever. It's just no win in the situation. That's why I don't understand why we're going against Europe like this, because Europe is by far our best natural ally for many reasons.
And, I see some people saying in the chat all kinds of things like Europe didn't spend on their defense for 75 years. I don't know where anyone's getting that from, because if you, I guess you just were, blind in the Cold War, but the British had one of the largest standing armies in the world next to the United States and the Soviet Union at the time. I mean, they were wildly powerful at the time. So were the French, and so was West Germany. I mean, pretty much everyone that was in NATO at that point in time was armed to the teeth. I mean, they were spending extreme amounts on GDP defense spending, nearly 3.5% in most examples, which is up to what the United States is spending in GDP per capita standards at this point in time right now. Another thing that I have to say is that people keep on saying, oh, if the Germans did that, they'd be screwed. I don't know if anyone's realizing this that says this, but Europe has options. We don't. That's the bit of the difference here. If the U.S. gets rid of Europe, we're not opening up more trade with the Chinese. The Chinese are clearly a rival of the United States, and we're on very bad standing with them at this point. So we really have no alternatives. On the other hand, Europe is largely a third party to the U.S.-Chinese standoff, because Europe really doesn't have the interest that the U.S. has within the Western Pacific. So for this reason, the Chinese have been poised and waiting. They've literally been sitting here for about 10 years at this point, waiting for the Europeans to go create their own separate sphere, so that way all of the European trade that was being conducted with the U.S. goes to the Chinese instead, and it becomes a bilateral trade in between China and Europe, much like it currently exists in between Europe and the United States. This is why, to act like we can largely beat up the Europeans and just piss on them, and they pretty much have to be like a gimp and take it, that's not going to work, because the Europeans can just walk off and go start trading with the Chinese instead, and there practically is really no harm or no foul on the European end. But on the U.S. end, we just lost our largest trading bloc outside of Canada and Mexico that we have at this point. That would be a major blow to the United States.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe me, just go look at Emmanuel Macron and his trips that he's made to China to go meet Xi Jinping. I mean, Xi Jinping has made it incredibly clear, not only to the French government, but the entirety of the EU Parliament, that if they ever see a shift in the trade winds, they are more than welcome to come and trade with the Chinese, because the Chinese would love to eat up European goods and products, much like the United States currently is right now. And that would help to propel the Chinese economy even farther and faster than it has been over prior years, to be able to not only match the United States economically, but supersede it. So you have to remember, the United States isn't in a world where it can just do whatever it wants and crap on everyone. It would be nice to think that, but that's not how the world works, because the countries that we have been trading with that have made the U.S. economy into what it is could simply walk off and find their new trading partner in China, and then we are up the creek without a paddle at that point. And that's what a lot of people aren't considering.
I think United States investors might be starting to realize that because, I'm not sure if this is directly connected or not, but today the stock market in the United States lost about $1 trillion in value. It was one of the worst days in 2025. In fact, it was the worst day for the stock market in 2025. So I'm wondering if maybe the realization that the EU might be preparing to maybe cut ties or punish the United States in some way or another economically might be starting to hit the minds of American investors, because if that is the case, it looks like they're fearing the worst. Or it could be maybe the earnings reports or something else coming out. But the fact that the EU is thinking about potentially cutting ties with us economically, or at least considering it or talking about it, that seems to be causing a little bit of fear based on what I'm seeing.
And also, someone says, so the EU is such good allies that it's their way or the highway. What does that mean? The U.S. has taken all week to shit on every single country in Europe, and they're going, look, you can't keep treating us like this. You got to treat us like fair partners. And right now, the President of the United States going, y'all are insignificant and unimportant, and in fact, we're going to sanction your trade. I mean, come on, look, you got to look at this the right way, because I'm pro-American as it gets, but with the current administration threatening to leverage massive sanctions against the European Union because they have VAT tax, which applies to everything equally, that's a little bit absurd. That's actually crazy, and threatening the European Union like that, if the U.S. sanctions them, they literally have no other option than to go trade with the Chinese, because trading with the United States would be completely unprofitable for them at that point. So who in the world's doing the shafting here? It's certainly not the Europeans. I mean, if the United States wants to act like the Europeans are insignificant and unimportant, they will walk off, and they will go to the Chinese, and they'll trade with them instead. Perfectly fine. And that's why in the world of diplomacy, you don't ever want to just act like someone's a turd and treat them like garbage, because if they have an alternative, they're going to walk away to someone who treats them a lot better. They're going to go and align with someone that gives them better trade deals, better security insurances, and that would be the Chinese compared to the United States at this point. That's why you always got to treat your friends in the diplomatic world incredibly well, and your adversaries like they're dogged adversaries. That's how diplomacy works. That's what we did in the Cold War, and that's what worked, and that's what would continue to work in the present day. Doing anything else that's different doesn't work. Go look throughout the entirety of history and look at any country that treated their allies like garbage. The fall of that country was soon to follow after that started to begin. It's a guarantee every single time. Look at how Germany started to treat Italy during the Second World War. The Italians turned on the Germans in 1943. I don't know if any of y'all know that, but Benito Mussolini was ousted by the Italian government. His own fascist Italian government threw his ass out and then beat him to death in northern Italy when they found him about 6 months later. And then strung him up for everyone to see. I'm not even kidding. If you treat a country like garbage, they are going to walk off and go find the alternative. Italy literally flipped sides in 1943 and went from being German aligned with Hitler to the Allies literally overnight. The Germans had to send loads of forces down into Italy to occupy the remaining parts while they were still not under American control, and then force the Italian army to continue to fight the war under the duress of pretty much being executed on the spot by the Germans. So that's something that people have to keep in mind with this, and it's not a great kind of a thing to continue to diss on people. It's just not, and it's going to end up doing us poorly. Because, if this is the way that a country is really supposed to run, how come the Chinese aren't dissing on any of the people that are in their sphere? Like the North Koreans, or say, for example, Iran, or anyone else for that matter? How come they don't diss on them? I mean, if this is what a strong country is supposed to do, and everyone keeps on saying the Chinese and the Russians are really strong, how come they don't do this kind of stuff to their allies? I don't see Putin going up to Belarus and saying, screw you, you little bitch, give me money. I don't see them doing that, because Lukashenko would go, don't you talk to me like that, you dog, and then he would probably go and try and leave and go join the EU. Nobody does this, because that's not what you do. That's not what you do within your sphere. That's how you lose the sphere of influence overnight. That's how you lose anything overnight. If you treat something like crap, it's not going to want to come back. If you beat your dog, it's going to leave. If you abuse your family, they're probably going to your wife is probably going to divorce you and take the kids. That's generally how it works. You don't treat people like garbage. You don't treat countries like garbage. You do that, you might suffer consequences. But beyond that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. Nevertheless, it does appear that many people have been throwing in a whole bunch of questions. I want to make sure that we get to a couple of them before we keep on covering the news. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right. And also, the chat has been running off the rails tonight consistently throughout the entire stream. It's been about 150 chats a minute. It has not been like that
Holy
for months,
moly.
actually. It's been almost half a year since it's been like that. The chat has been going wild. It's buzzing tonight. So I've been really getting my money's worth out of the chat tonight when it comes to trying to keep up with it. So we had to put the slow mode on and also the subscriber mode. So that's why it's like that. So that's why it slowed down. But anyways, jumping into our first question of the night, this one goes to George Thornton, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, George, for that $50 support and helping to keep the channel running. And also, big shout out for that support. And he said, no question, more of a statement. And I'm shocked and ashamed in how we are dealing with our allies, especially Ukraine. And I actually feel dirty about it. And I seriously pray that our leadership comes to their senses. And a great job as always, boys, and love Ukraine.
And thank you so much for the massive support, Greg, and the huge support. I would have to say, I know why people in the United States are incredibly unhappy with this. I'm unhappy with it as well. But I don't really feel dirty about it per se, because I know what I would be doing if I was in charge of the United States, and this administration is doing things that I believe are not within America's interest. It makes me very sad and unhappy with the current administration and their foreign policy prerogatives at this point, but I'm still proud of the United States because my pride in the United States doesn't lean on one guy in the government, or the guy who's standing around at his desk in the Oval Office every day, or anyone else in the Congress. It really relies on all of y'all out there who I talk to every single night. I don't talk to any of them. I talk to y'all. Y'all are the people who make me proud of this country, because I know that there is a grain of hope and a sliver of a future in this country with all of y'all in it. So that's really makes me proud. But beyond that, I do have to say that on the foreign policy side of things, it's looking rough. And I keep on seeing people who try and come in and say all kinds of things that sound goofy to me. I'll just be frank. Things like the EU needs the US more than we need them. If that was true, then why do we have a $300-something billion trade deficit with them as last year? Sounds like we need European goods more than they need American goods, if you ask me.
Also, if we lose a place to start selling weapons, because we sell a lot of U.S. weapons to Europe, and I would imagine that if our relationship with trade broke down completely, and also we were not friends with Europe anymore because we decided to be isolationist, it would seem like the weapons sales to Europe would probably come to a halt. Which would be devastating to the defense industry inside of the United States, because that's a huge portion of our income for the country is selling weapons like that. So and it seems like it would hurt basically everything, to be honest.
It really would. It would hurt a lot of things. And I see some other people saying, well, Europe has been treating us badly. How? Explain to me how Europe has actually been treating the United States badly. We reap massive amounts of income off of our trade with the Europeans, and in exchange, we've been building up our own military for our own purposes, mind you, to secure our interest around the world, not just in Europe. So when we speak about that $950 billion defense spending budget from last year, that isn't all just being thrown towards Europe. That's being thrown by the U.S. into Europe, the Middle East, Africa, Central America, the Western Pacific, literally everywhere. I mean, every single corner of the globe has some sort of a U.S. Navy vessel, a U.S. Air Force base, or a Marine Corps or an Army fort in it somewhere. It's ridiculous to make that sound like the Europeans owe us that bill when they're only a sliver of the Americans' global interests that military spending budget is for. It would be crazy to make it sound like that is the case. Another thing.
Also before you move on from that one, I would say those. I'm not getting into the specifics here, but the relationship trade-wise between the United States and Europe, it's not perfect. There's no relationship that's ever perfect with that. And if there are problems to be sorted out, which there probably are some problems to be sorted out, to be perfectly honest, you sort those problems out without destroying the entire alliance that we've had for decades. That's the way you deal with it. You talk it out, you negotiate, and you don't threaten to go nuclear right off the bat like we're doing. That's not the way to approach it. Because when you decide to go take the nuclear option and the other side decides they're going to be very obstinate as well, that leads to a complete deterioration of everything. You lose on every front. So, what's the point? It's going to be our way or we just destroy the whole thing. That's just not a good way to approach things in any respect, in any aspect.
No, it's not really the best way to approach it in any way at all. And also, I see people continuing to throw in points. Let's see. Someone said, oh, geez, here comes the EU simp. Oh man, that was a good one. But I'll address this really quickly. I'm really a simp for everyone that we're a partner with currently because it's kind of the reason why we've done so well. The US didn't become a economic power because we did it on our own. We've traded with everyone around the world since pretty much the dawn of this country's history, since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. People may not know this, but it's not the 18th century anymore where you just have farmland and farmland equals wealth. This is the industrial, post-industrial era of the world. Trade is one of the major ways that wealth is made by the trading of goods that we produce industrially or other countries produce industrially. That's how we make money. So we cannot sit there and act like the U.S. can become a completely autonomous country and just trade amongst its own states and that would succeed. Because I'll tell you, every country that's ever done that failed. The Soviet Union did it. They're not here anymore. Franco in fascist Spain did that. They're not here anymore. Adolf Hitler did that in Nazi Germany with the autarky economic principle. Guess what? The Nazi Germans aren't around anymore, and before World War II even ended, their economy was in shambles because of the autarky concept. It is ridiculous to act like a country can survive with a complete lack of trade and be completely self-sufficient. There is no country in the world that operates like that. Tell me one country that operates like that is not Afghanistan, which is quite literally tribal in its existence, that has succeeded. Because I would say that the Emirate of Afghanistan certainly hasn't succeeded because it is one of those countries that is pretty much self-sufficient on its own, conducts no trade with anyone outside of its own borders, and it's an absolute economic failure. I mean, people are living like they're in a feudal middle-aged society inside of Afghanistan with that complete lack of trade. You can't do that. Like, if you want to say we don't want to be a military assurer of the world, okay, well, then you're going to be subject to the ebbs and flows of the world, unbelievably so. I mean, it's going to be horrendous, really. But beyond that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. But still, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make it possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to Mark S., who throws in his first ever super chat on a live stream, and we appreciate it, Mark, and thank you very much for throwing in that massive $50 support, and of course, choosing to help to keep the channel running. And Mark said, thank you for what you do, and I found you guys early in the Kursk offensive when I couldn't get enough information from other sources, and I haven't left since. And I've been wondering why the name Elite Spring Army.
And I thank you so much for the massive support and the kind words. Thank you so much for being here since the Kursk Offensive and enjoying this channel greatly. The reason why it's called the Lee Spring Army, to make the story really short, way back in the day, way back at the beginning of the war, there was a burning Panzer S-1 air defense system near to the town of Chernihiv, and I looked at it, and for some reason I thought that leaf springs were obsolete, and that vehicle has a leaf spring suspension on the rear axles, and so I said, oh my god, that is obsolete, and everyone told me I was wrong, and I got flamed for it for like 2 straight days in the live chat, and it ended up being such a bad flaming that it went from being bad to hilarious, so then we just leaned into it, and then someone said that it was like a leaf spring army, and so then that just stuck, and we've had that ever since. So that is largely, in the best way I can explain it, the naming behind the Lee Spring Army. But since then, it actually has gotten a real form behind it, and it isn't really just a joke. It's more so of like, not really a movement, but more so of a kind of like an ideology, I guess, that this channel has, that the United States has to be incredibly forward and bold, aggressive in some instances and not aggressive in others, to secure its interests around the globe, depending on the case-by-case scenario. So largely this channel supports those kinds of interests, and that's largely what the Lee Spring Army has evolved into. But beyond that, I do thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this running. And so with that, a big thanks to you, a massive thanks to you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, I gotta say, the chat is still flying. Like, it's flying. It's unbelievable. Like, I saw something interesting in the chat that was adding to that. But also, by the way, I forgot to tell all of y'all, if you are on Patreon right now, and you're a member of the Patreon, very soon, most likely tomorrow, well, it depends, we have to do some errands tomorrow, but tomorrow we're actually going to be releasing something incredibly cool. I wanted to tell you all about this since we're, like, in the question segment still, before we move on. I actually sat down with the orchestra today today again, and our composer, Marcos Barolari, who is pretty much the LSA's composer at this point. And we actually got done knocking out the orchestrations for the Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean song that's in the intro right now, the White and Gold, which is the anthem of the LSA, and the Star Spangled Banner. All three of them were completed today, and right now they're currently in the hands of a Hollywood studio that's doing the sound mixing right now. So we will most likely get that back in a couple of days, and then that music is most likely going to be released during LSA week, which is coming up towards the latter end of March. So I cannot wait, because me and Marcos were blown away today with how good the orchestra did. The orchestra went the extra mile. They literally played nonstop for about an hour and a half, and they did insanely good. We were just absolutely shocked and amazed with how good it sounded this time. It sounded amazingly good, so very soon you'll actually be able to hear that in the intro every single night, and you'll be able to hear the Lee Spring Army anthem played for the first time ever by a live orchestra. So it's really cool. Like, I absolutely loved it. Matthew got to hear it, like, at least one of the...
It sounded good.
Yeah, it sounded wildly good. I mean, it was so good. So we cannot wait to show that to all of y'all, because I think y'all are going to absolutely love it to pieces when it's finally out. But with that, I hope that does let y'all know that. It gives y'all a little bit of a heads up to look forward to something. But with that, we are on to the last super chat of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news.
All right. And also, just since we have so many new viewers tonight and also super chatters as well, we're going to get this one last question here of our first segment, and every single other super chat. And huge thanks to everybody for the support tonight. We'll be covering that during our last question segment, so that way we can get to the remaining news and not keep people waiting too long. So this one is going to go to KG, who puts in a $100 donation. Hey! And thank you very much, KG, for that $100 support, and also for being a longtime channel viewer as well. And it said, I will add that electoralism leads to authority rule, and Carl Sagan actually predicted this dividend between technology and critical thinking.
I got to thank you for the massive support, KG, and helping the channel to keep on running. I actually would say that that might be a reason to explain this, but generally this is just kind of, to be entirely honest, an ebb and flow of society to some degree. I don't know what it is, but eventually in most countries, some form of defeatism really does come forward in the populace, where they just act like everything sucks and they suck and there's no hope and just give up, and a country will start to decline because of that. I generally would say that that was one of the bigger reasons why the British Empire declined into just the United Kingdom as it exists today, and its outlying crown territories that it still has around the world, or crown colonies, although there isn't a crown colony anymore. I believe they're just crown territories. But beyond that, really every single country in the world that's ever had a decline, it was due to some sort of defeatism that really gripped the populace. Really, one of the best explanations for the collapse of the Soviet Union was the defeatism that was seen during the era of Gorbachev because of glasnost and perestroika, and the economic backslide that began because of a whole bunch of internal domestic things in the Russian Federation that, well, the Soviet Union really, that just didn't work out too well. The Roman Empire really had the same thing. Eventually, the population just started to really get into a concept of defeatism, practically just gave up. It's a crazy thing when you look at it, because it really is just the mindset that can keep a country going. And that's one thing that I find just so annoying. I'll be honest with everyone. I find people who say disparaging things about the United States and just make it sound like it's hopeless, I find those people to be the most un-American traitors that could ever be imagined, like just being completely unfiltered, because these people always say that they love the United States and they never have a good thing to say about the United States of America, ever. The military is behind, the government is just, it just sucks, their jobs suck, everything sucks, everyone's better, and every time period is better than the one that they're in right now and the country they're in right now. And as the song from the Mikado said, I've got them on the list, I've got them on the list, because I cannot stand that kind of stuff. The United States of America is one of the best countries that has existed on the earth. The people who are alive in this country today are living in some of the best times that this country has ever seen, economically and in every other aspect. It's an incredibly good time. There are a lot of issues that can be fixed and will be fixed, hopefully, but nevertheless, it is a great country to be in. You could be in China or Russia, and I promise you, if you were really living in China or Russia, you wouldn't be as dogged about saying, oh, it's better over there, because when you run your mouth, like a lot of you are very entitled to doing inside the United States, in China or Russia, in China, they put you in something called a camp, and it's not a summer camp, and in Russia, they put you in this thing called prison, and you ain't dropping the soap in there without some consequences. So I would be entirely honest with y'all, it's a lot better to be in the United States than it is to be anywhere else, because if you're not in China, you just don't have a shot in hell unless you're living in Europe. In fact, Europe is far better off than the Chinese. But beyond that, it's just absolutely ridiculous how people say that and do that, and then they start operating off of that. Like the U.S. is poor, like the concept that the U.S. is just poor, and we can't afford to give Ukraine $20 billion a year, but we can throw $500 billion at some AI company. We have the money for that, but $20 billion a year to literally curb stomp the Russians practically for free on the big picture of things, way too much money. We just can't afford that one. It's like, that's just absolutely crazy to me. It's like, come on. It's like, be real. It's like, didn't anyone see like the $1 trillion infrastructure package that was passed a while ago, or the $1 trillion stimulus packages that were passed, I think, 2 times over, and we could afford those. No one complained about them. In fact, I remember that a lot of people were wanting another stimulus package when everyone was receiving their $2,000 and $3,000 checks from the government. So we could completely afford that, but we can't afford to give $20 billion to Ukraine a year in military aid, which is about equivalent in reality to one weapons development program that's being conducted by the U.S. Army right now. That is just such a goofy take. It's like our economy is nearly $30 trillion at this point, and then people are going to act like $20 trillion is going to break the bank. Like we have to start cutting down on costs to make things run. It's like, I don't know if anyone's been seeing this, but the interstates aren't being paved because the U.S. government is running out of money. The interstates aren't being paved because they're not appropriating the funds properly to pave the interstates. It's like all these kinds of things. It's just goofy to me that people say this kind of stuff. And people, we can always afford anything. Like, for example, the U.S. can afford to do anything and everything in the Middle East and provide anything that we need to our allies in the Middle East to go and crush the Iranians. And in fact, the amount of money that we've given to the nation of Israel just in the past month has exceeded the entire amount of military support that we've practically given to Ukraine over the course of 3 years. So we can afford that because, it's the Middle East. But when it comes to our the largest economy outside of the United States, which is the European Union, and crushing the Russians, which are always going to be an adversary, then that's going to break the bank. Like, that one would break the bank, but nothing else will. That's just absolutely absurd thinking. Like clown world kind of thinking to me. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. But, it is what it is, I guess. Well, no matter how much talking I do here, it's not going to change hill beans, but I hope I made a point to all of y'all, at least. But still, thank you for the massive support, KG, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, we are on to the remainder of the news, because we still have a lot of news to cover, and we haven't even gotten to it. So, moving on into the European news, we were able to hear that Britain is preparing a new support package of its own, and also new sanctions against the Russian Federation on the 24th of February, according to the Daily Telegraph. We also were able to hear that a 20 billion euro package, which is about 21 billion US dollars, in additional military support for Ukraine, is about to be approved by the European Union here incredibly soon. Meanwhile,
that number should just keep jumping around quite a bit. Yesterday they said it was 6 billion, now it's 20 billion. Some people said 700 billion. I'm not sure at this point what the number is, but they're thinking about somewhere in the billions.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the billions. It's probably going to be a significant amount, and I hope it's more towards the 20 billion mark than the $6 billion mark, which has been the low end estimate that we heard so far. We also got to see that Italy is now sending Centauros. We got to hear this from A129 Mangusta. Big thanks to the A129 Mangusta of the Italian army. That's literally just the name of the attack helicopter that they use, for confirming that Centauros will be sent from Italy into Ukraine. The Centauro is an incredibly interesting vehicle. I have to show it to y'all where y'all can actually see it. This is the Centauro.
That's pretty cool looking.
It's incredibly cool. I actually really like these things. They're a wheeled light tank for the large part. That's the best way to explain what the vehicle is. But they are just the coolest. And they've been getting a decent amount of upgrades over time. For example, this is the Centauro 120mm. So this thing actually does have the punching power of a full main battle tank in that gun.
Yeah, that thing's pretty cool. I like how short it is. Like the wheels are like as large as the actual body of it. It's kind of like not really top heavy looking necessarily, but it looks pretty compact. I like it.
Yeah, also, I see some people saying the Centauros have 105s. They do have 105s, but there are also some versions like this one that do have 120 millimeter Rheinmetall guns. These are literally the exact same gun that's found on the Leopard 2A5 or the M1 A1 and M1A2 Abrams of the U.S. Army. So this thing actually does have a lot of punching power for a light tank. In fact, it has the full power of a main battle tank, but the armor of a light tank. Also, they created one that is a self-propelled gun. This is an artillery piece. This is a mock-up. I don't believe any of these have actually entered service yet, but it is an incredibly interesting concept. And also, we got to see the Draco, not the one that you see down, like in some questionable parts of town. This is the Italian. This is the Italian Draco, which I believe is an anti-aircraft variant, and I don't really think it went anywhere, to be entirely honest with y'all. Let's see. Yeah, so apparently it was some sort of a, let's see, it uses 76 millimeter ammo. So this appears to be some sort of an anti-aircraft gun because they also had the automatic that they tried to put into service that had a 76 millimeter gun as well.
I didn't know the Italians were thug like that. They're whipping out the Draco on the battlefield.
Dude, man, you be sitting there saying, "Hey, what part of Italy are you from?" I'm from a west side, Roma, something like that. It's like,
okay. I'm not messing with you. Thank you very much. I'm meatball.
Man, they throw up a gang sign or something. It's like a Roman gladius. Like they make a little Roman gladius with their hands. Still, the Italians are pretty cool. Centauro is an incredibly great light tank. So hopefully we'll see this in service with the Ukrainian armed forces here soon. But moving on from that, east side of Venice, Venezia. But moving on
East side Venice is the least menacing thing I've ever heard in my life. It's like, okay, good for you.
I've got a Beretta in my Ferrari. They still have a Beretta like in a Ferrari. So, but anyways, moving on from that, we love the Italians. Honestly, I think the Italians are incredibly cool. Very interesting history. But we'll save that for a rabbit hole in the question segment because we were really falling behind and we still have a lot of news to cover. But moving on into Ukraine, we were able to see one clip coming out of the Kursk Oblast where we were able to see the Ukrainians taking out some Russian drones. And we can see this right here.
Oh, and they're smacking them good. Look, an advertisement.
For the 10th Brigade, no less.
Really?
And the 25th Brigade as well. This is like a Mario Super Smash intro for each brigade, man, honestly. Look, what the hell's going on? Dude, what is this
crazy.
clip? I wonder what kind of
10 bonus points for this one.
It's literally like Super Smash Bro stuff. Like they're actually doing the bit. So they're showing every single brigade taking out a drone.
Oh, this also someone said, "Oh, Matt, it's Italy getting ready to spin the block on the ups." Honestly, like Italy has like a really big organized crime thing. By the way, like I think people look at the Italians as like, oh, like they just do like the really fancy cars and the food and stuff like that. But no, Italians are tough. Like they are tough. Like there's no doubt about that. They've got some real bad gangs over there in Italy too. They've existed for ages. They're still there, just not in quite the number they used to be. But no, Italy's got a fighting spirit.
When I look at it, it's kind of like the Italian mob in New York. Well, if my mother had the wheels, she would have been a bike.
Man, no, the Italian mob in New York, they're light, they're tame compared to like the Black Hand inside of Italy.
Well, yeah, the Sicilian mobs, those are the real dangerous ones.
Man, they got some tough ones over there in Italy. Makes the American mobs look like a joke.
Man, it really does. But most of the mafias of Italy, they exist south of Rome, from the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, because economically the Kingdom of Two Sicilies was destitute. So even after Italian unification, or the Italian unification wars, where Italy became a unified country, that area was still largely financially destitute, and that's what led a lot of people to go, especially the lower families, to go into a life of crime and create these organized crime syndicates, because it was the only way to get any money, considering that there was hardly any money going around down there. And then when a lot of the southern Italians, just to give you a little bit of a lore of U.S. history, when the southern Italians were like, man, not even mob life over here is really bringing in any money, or there was another thing that happened, we'll get into that here in a minute, but nevertheless, they would board a ship and they would travel to America, specifically to New York City at Staten Island. And that's why the city of New York had a pretty big mob problem, but also there were some significant mobs within Chicago and a couple of other cities like Detroit as well, where there were significant mob presences, because that's usually where a lot of these southern Italian immigrants would end up was somewhere where there was a place to get a job. And usually that was Chicago or Detroit or New York City at the time. And then they wouldn't get a job, and then they would go and join the mobs there. So a little bit of an interesting kind of a lore. There was also something that happened under Benito Mussolini. When Benito Mussolini came to power in 1929, he said, "We've got to get rid of the mobs." And so he appointed a police chief of Italy that went around and literally just decimated the mafias, pretty much almost destroyed them during the time of Mussolini. But y'all know how he did it? He would put them on a boat and then just ship them to America. So like the mobsters weren't going, like the mobsters weren't being put in prison. He literally was just shipping them over to America. And then that's also something that started to make the mobs even more powerful and really paramilitary during that time, is that the southern Italian mobs were being shipped over directly to the U.S., and they were really bringing over a lot of their skills and expertise with them to help out the American mobs.
Oh, thanks, Italy. We appreciate that.
Man, Italy, like, it's a great country if you forget the southern Sicilians. But beyond that, I'm just kidding. The Sicilians are pretty cool these days. But moving on from that, and out of that little bit of news, it is time for us to get on down into the location unknowns. And we were able to see some Czech T-72 AEs. Look at them. They're cool.
Very clean. I gotta say, those pictures are fly.
Man, they are amazing. We love to see the Czech T-72 AEs. Of course, a T-72, but they're still incredibly good, and an upgraded variant of the T-72 that the Ukrainians have been using to a fairly large number, actually, recently. We also got to see the 411th hitting a Zala. Check this out. And we can see here that they hit the underside and got it. And here comes another Zala that they'll also be knocking out. Panama Canal said they sent Tony Soprano. I just want to ask you, no offense, but have you been checked for Tourette's? You got like that ticket going on. Yeah. Something. Man, I'll tell you what. Oh, man, I'm telling you. But moving on from that, we also get to see a brand new Ukrainian cruise missile. It's called the Trembita. This thing costs $4,000. It's about the cost of a FPV drone, and it has an incredibly long range and a pretty decent explosive yield. These things are built for strikes and deception, so you can actually fire these as decoys as well. And it's cheap, easy to produce, and requires no foreign funding for the Ukrainians to be able to make these things. So it is hopefully going to be the future of the Ukrainian deep strikes into the Russian Federation that most likely will continue well on into the future. But moving on.
It sounds like some like pharmaceutical drug or something like that. Like, oh, take Trembita to treat your psoriasis or something like that. They're going to take Trembita, bliat, to treat their Ruski infestation, bliat.
Side effects may be a lung failure, heart failure, kidney failure. Like that.
Yes. We have class action if it's not effective, bleed.
but then, actually, you can't sue us because when you signed up for, Trembita Plus, it said in the contract that you can't sue us for anything. But anyways, moving on from that and into our next little bit, we also got the Russian cash report. Oh, we got one.
Oh. We got one Bobcat, though. Look at that. We got one Bobcat, but tell us more.
Holy moly! And Mr. Yusa, keeper of the record, stated that the troop loss average drops 200 to about 1,300. Tanks, artillery, MLRS, AA, not AAA, and UAVs are all higher than the past 2 months. 135 drones is the 11th highest daily loss of the war, and 143 vehicles ranks this as the 13th highest loss of the war. But it's time for us to get on into those numbers and start to call them off. Because if I did the math, I'd fail. But calling off numbers is pretty easy. Call them out. 1,280 yes. Russian soldiers were wounded and killed in the past 24 hours, along with 18 APCs, 143 supply trucks, 12 main battle tanks, 52 artillery pieces, 135 drones, 4 MLRSs, 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. All in all, it actually was a pretty good day for Ukraine, and it appears that the Russian Federation is just weeping from the losses. Oh, and they're going to keep on weeping for a while because it's not getting better anywhere, because they're actually getting pushed back little by little each and every day. So why don't we get down in there to check out the areas where they're getting beat around a little bit, or as they say, knocked around a little bit. But moving on down into the Kupiansk area, we got to see a Rosamac in service. This is a Polish-made APC. Pretty much the South Korean R600 Rhino, just produced in the Polish market. But we love to see Rosamax, and the Ukrainians love Rosamax. They also covered the front of the barrel in sarin wrap to keep it fresh, so that way they can microwave it later. But still,
Yeah, they sure did. And honestly, between the Polish, the French, the UK, all of this foreign-made military equipment, all that can support the Ukrainian military. They can simply just purchase it using funds that they unfreeze from the Russians and seize it and, of course, liquidate that and then buy this equipment and send it to Ukraine. It's like they literally have the means at their disposal, even if the United States really was trying to be, let's see here, they're trying to be, what's the word? I'm trying to avoid saying the D-I-C-K. Facetious? If they want to be facetious, then they could still just take all this European equipment and give it to Ukraine.
But, Matthew, you have to remember that really, at the end of the day, the most important arms provider to the Ukraine in the future will be the French.
They probably
always
will.
been known for their excellence. There is the same military provider inspired by that French excellence. And that is Emmanuel Macron. That actually works. But anyways.
Oh, I wonder if he's drunk too. I wonder.
The Polish. They've always been known for their excellence. There is a very similar French APC inspired by that Polish excellence. And that is the AMX 10RC. I'm just kidding. That's actually not an APC. That's a light tank. But anyways, moving on from that little clip and those pictures, it is time for us to move on down a little bit further on the line where we got to see a Lancet getting hit. And the Ukrainians lanced it. Get it? It rhymes. But we can see the Lancet down there. It's that little blip on the screen. And they're about to get it, my boy. Boy. And any second, they're getting closer.
There's that piece of crap. Look at that.
Man, I think these things just look so stupid, man. It looks like one of those goofy paper planes that they tell you to make in like an instruction book where they're like, let's make a wonky one, guys, and then it never flies. It's like those. Like, it just doesn't even look like it's supposed to fly. But moving on from that and on down towards the area at Bakhmut, we really did get to see something that was supposed to be flying, this F-16.
Very nice. Look at that. Look at those drop tanks.
Whoa, look at those drop tanks. Inspiration. But moving on.
Also, by the way, let's see here. Let's go back to that for a second.
Oh.
The armament that looks like what, an AIM-120 on the exterior of the wings, I'm assuming?
Yes, on the external pylons, AIM-120s. Now, what are those inner missiles, Matthew, on the inner pylons?
That was a good question. I'm honestly not sure what those are. I was about to ask what those are.
Those are AIM-9Xs.
AIM-9Xs. I'm very familiar with the AIM-120. That's a very common and good one. Very expensive one, but very effective. But the other ones I wasn't familiar with.
This is an AIM-9L, but they all pretty much look the same. The only difference in between the AIM-9s sometimes, and that's not even something you really count on is the shape of the fore and dorsal fins. Sometimes they change a little bit in their shape, but for the large part, any missile that looks like this that's used by a U.S. aircraft is an AIM-9 without a shadow of a doubt. There's also the lesser used nowadays AIM-7 Sparrow. It's still in service, but this was the predecessor for the large part in U.S. military service to the AIM-120. These are practically never used nowadays because the AIM-120 does what this one does, but far better, because this is an active radar homing missile, meaning that the aircraft that launches this missile has to keep an active radar lock from the aircraft to be able to guide the missile to its target. The AIM-120 is pretty much the evolution that came out of the AIM-7 Sparrow that is a semi-active radar homing missile, meaning that the aircraft needs a radar lock to fire the AIM-120, but once the missile is fired, a radar in the front of the missile turns on, and it actually guides itself to the target after being fired. So those are really the differences in between all of the primary American air-to-air missiles, the AIM-9, well, actually, I didn't even explain how the AIM-9s work. Like, I was talking about the radar guided ones. The AIM-9 It's not radar guided. It's actually it's a heat seeking missile, or it's an infrared missile, or a thermal guided missile. It works off of heat energy, so it has a little eyeball pretty much in the front of the missile. And when you turn on the missile, you actually turn this missile on while it's still on the aircraft, on that pylon right there, and that little eyeball will start to look around for a heat signature all around it. And once it finds it, it will lock on, and then you can fire the missile, and then it follows that heat signature. As far as when an AIM-120 is fired, it's incredibly difficult to actually get those things off of you. What you have to do is pretty much outmaneuver it using inertia to be able to bleed its speed, and also just pretty much make it fly right past the aircraft harmlessly. AIM-7s are avoidable if you notch the radar, and then AIM-9s are easily avoidable in some instances if your flares work properly, but still that's a bit iffy these days. If you're within missile range of an enemy aircraft of an AIM-9, it's pretty much a loss at that point. It would be pretty lucky if you survived. But anyways, that is an explanation of all American air-to-air missiles, for the large part, for all of y'all. Hope y'all enjoyed that. That was a little rabbit hole of its own. But moving on from that and down to the Pokrovsk, Toretsk, we actually got to see a Baba Yaga hitting a Russian APC. Baba Yaga, bleed! And we can see the Russian APC coming to in his step. And we can see that it's about to start dismounting the troops, bleed. And the Ukrainians, they don't want that to happen. And any second now they're about to drop the bomblets, and there goes the Russians. They're now dismounting, and they're like, get out the blade, and they don't even know that the drone's over them. And I think the whole APC went sky high. Yeah, it did.
That wasn't a Baba Yaga though. That was like some grenade bomblet or something.
Man, Baba Yagas can carry a variety of ordnances, not just TM-62 anti-tank mines, mind you.
Man, I was expecting an anti-tank mine. I was disappointed, but it looks like whatever they were carrying, though, it fixed it up pretty good.
Some people think that the Baba Yaga can only carry a TM-62 anti-tank mine, but it is not what you think.
It is not what you think.
See, I threw it in there, Matthew. I threw in the inside joke. But moving on from that, we also get to see a Buke getting destroyed by the Ronin unit. There you can see the little Ronin badge. And here it comes. Here's the Ronin unit in action. Hey, there they are. Look at them. They're flying around the drone with the clothes hangers out there. And they're about to be hanging out the Russians to dry. And you can see the little Buke M3 down there, and it's about to be a Buke M9.
Coming in real careful now. Real careful. Oh, rethink it.
And Cartel Kyle said, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. It's been like the same video of a drone blowing something up the past 4 years. Well, I mean, usually attacks look the same. I mean, if you watched American airstrike footage from drones, you would be going, wow, that almost looks like the same thing every time. I mean, it's literally like the same attack vectors and stuff. It's just kind of different equipment. So, you know, it all kind of ends up looking the same, you know?
And also, why would you take crazy pills? I mean, why would you voluntarily take that?
Boy, my life is too bland and boring. Being sane is just too much. I want to go crazy. Crazy. I was crazy.
Crazy.
Crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room with rats, and rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room filled with rats, and rats make me crazy. Crazy. And you just keep going in circles until someone gives up. But anyways.
That will make me crazy. That little phrase right there. that actually will send me crazy.
And Gregory sees a valid point. Well, I mean, rats make me crazy. Crazy? It's going to be, oh, God, no. But anyways. Oh, man.
Someone said that's what LSA is for. Yes, that's true. LSA is good.
I don't think they meant LSA.
That is something else, actually. Never mind.
That's I was like, I don't think they meant LSA.
They changed the A for a D.
Man.
Not gonna lie, it kind of came off a little bit odd, but you know, whatever.
He traded an A for a D. Man, that's like
oh boy, what? Oh, Paul.
Oh man, I'm telling you, I get no respect around here. Oh man, I make a simple mess up. People try and make it a sexual thing. Oh man, I'm telling you. And we see here
they're hitting the same thing again. Now this is the same thing again.
Oh, Matthew, you're imagining things. You're taking crazy pills, Matthew.
Man.
They're putting fluoride in the water to mess with our bodily fluids. You would think that's like a modern conspiracy theory thing, Matthew. That literally for the first time ever was brought up in Doctor Strangelove, which is a movie from like the 60s, the early 60s. And then the modern conspiracy theorists or some schizophrenic out there took it and ran with it in the modern day. Now people legitimately believe it.
Well, I think they actually put fluoride in water in some places, actually, for real, though.
Actually, yeah, it's in all water. It's the standard. Like for treated water, there's usually a bit of fluoride in it. And then people go, oh my God, they're trying to control you. Like, I guess people also don't know this, probably through ignorance for the people who believe that. But the bread you eat's fortified. Like, they put loads of stuff in your bread. You don't even know it. But anyways, moving on from that, now to that little bit of a video right there, and moving on a little bit closer to the Pokrovsk front line, we also got to see a large amount of piled up Russian vehicles. Look at that pile. And Chaz Martin said it lowers your IQ. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The amount of fluoride in the water is hardly existent. I mean, it's a minuscule parts per million. It's not going to be messing with your brain. Like, if it messes with your brain, that means that every time you come out of the dentist office and they put fluoride in your teeth, you'd be getting stupider. And I haven't gotten stupider yet, but I can tell you that 2 + 2 is 3. But moving on from that and into
when they put fluoride in your teeth, though, or on your teeth, you're not necessarily drinking the fluoride. They're just putting it on your teeth to, like, treat your teeth.
Matthew, the fluoride, it mixes with your saliva. Some of it gets in your saliva, and you might end up swallowing some of your saliva. Or your saliva might.
Yeah, but you don't go to the dentist every day.
But Matthew, the amount of fluoride in the water is literally almost negligible. I mean, like it's like a pinch per million of gallons. Like it's nothing really. Like it's like
Did you know, though, that bottled water, they don't have to do the same water quality tests as, like, normal water that comes out of the tap? Like, I know you're referring to tap water, but the bottled water, I think it's like a free-for-all, to my understanding.
Oh, yeah, you can do anything you want with bottled water. I mean, honestly, to be honest with y'all, I don't know if this is political or not, but I'm going to give my take. The water quality standards in this country are abhorrent. I mean, like, the tolerance standards are all over the place. Sometimes you could be drinking perfectly fine water, and other times you could be drinking water filled with lead. The water standards in this country need to be a lot more stringent, as well as the food and drug quality standards as well.
Yeah, and Scott Gray said in the live chat, he said, I heard they found H2O in the water. That's the problem. They're finding all kinds of stuff in the water that shouldn't even be there.
Man, you're joking.
Yes, I'm joking.
Yeah, I was about to be like, man, you got to be joking. I was like, dude, I remember.
They're putting H2O in the water and it's turning the frogs weird.
They're turning the freaking frogs. Like, it's just like that. Oh, man, I tell you.
Someone said yup. Someone said yup to what I said. That was a joke. That was a joke. People are going to be going to other channels now talking about, they found H2O in the water today. I heard that from the Enforcer channel.
Oh, no, dude.
Like,
no. Better yet, someone's going to say, I gave up on the Enforcers. They're so stupid. They said there's H2O in the water, or something like that. It's gonna be, what's going to happen.
There's going to be hydrogens in their water. It's H3O.
I lost all respect for the Enforcers that day. They should know better than to joke about that. Someone's going to say something stupid like that out there somewhere.
Someone said, boy, this show's been watered down. Hey, watch it, buddy. Watch it.
Man, it's been watered down because we're talking about water. Get it, Matthew? That's a good point. But look at this. Look at this Ukrainian Abrams.
Look at that. And look at these rims. They got rims over here or something.
Cruising down the street in my 6'4".
They got a brand new shipment of rims. They're going to put them on.
Man, we're going to put on the road wheels, Bliet, so that way we can drive down the road, Bliet. But still, that's the end of that clip right there. Pretty cool, though. And moving on from that and down towards Velika Novosilka, we also got to see a Ukrainian assault in Zaporizhzhia. Check it out. Oh, it's so... You got him, Matthew. You got him. Oh, man.
We don't do politics here, sir. I'm sorry to inform you.
I gotta be honest with you, though, to just answer your question now that you've been banned. I'll be honest with you. I'm not in either party. I just don't roll that way, all right? I do my own thing. I kind of talk for myself and agree with some things and don't agree with others, okay? I don't fit the mold, and I'm not going to be a part of either one of those cults, okay? I'm just going to be frank with you. All right, now that we got that out of the way, moving on to the next...
Let me tell you something as well. I'm not a member of either party either. Like in real life, I'm not. I'm in the middle. I'm what you call a moderate, and that's not political because how can you be political when you're not taking a side?
I'll tell you something. I'll give you the answer to what political stance I take. I take the political stance that makes both sides fight for my vote, not the one where they know they don't even have to talk to me because my vote's assured. That's the political stance I take. Y'all ought to all try that out sometime too, because finally they'll start paying attention to all of y'all and your suffering, and instead of just betting and knowing that everyone will be like a gimp and just keep voting for them while they keep screwing you over. How about that? That probably would be better for everyone. But moving on from that, we also got to see these Russians going on their way on a BMP assault down near Velika Novosibirsk. These don't end well. Y'all all know that. So.
Oh, look at them go. Nice camo, guys.
And they blew up on a mine. There it was. They just drove right over the mine. And here comes the next one. And he also hit a mine as well. And also, Inzakal said, someone will say not being political is political. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Because if you say that, then someone says, well, obviously you're an independent. And it's like, no, I'm not that either. It's like I'll pick and choose based off of who has the best stance at the time. It's like, I'm not going...
Don't you love it when there's people like, I've seen like a handful tonight come in and say, oh, these people have to be this party or another. I always get infatuated with the need to like prescribe people into one like cubby or the other. It's like, people have gotten so brainwashed that you have to be one side or the other that they automatically put you in a category, even if they don't even know if you're in a category. It's like, there's more than two beliefs out there when it comes to like politics, right? And it's like the one that is the least talked about anymore is literally right down the middle because literally hardly anybody's like that anymore. But that's where I'm sitting. That's where I sit. So that's why I don't take a side either way.
We're actually weighing and measuring things, like which side might be better this time around or not. It's like I don't know about y'all, but I honestly really just kind of pick who's the best at the moment. And I really don't have an affiliation to either party. Like, that's a kind of a goofy thing to have. It's like, that party doesn't, like, I don't know if people are ever going to get this through their heads in the modern day, but the parties don't give a damn about you, so why are y'all caring so much about them? Like, they don't even know who the hell y'all are. When the election time comes around, you know what you are? You are number 1,366,000 in your state. That's who you are. You don't even count to these people. They don't even know who you are. So why in the world do people go around acting like they got to go and rep a party, like it's their business or something? It's not. Like, go vote for whoever is actually going to do you best instead of voting the same way every time. How about that? That would probably be better for everyone because that's how they used to do it back in the day, and that's when people said politics was a lot better. Is because people actually had to go and fight for the people's vote instead of just knowing that it's assured and then fighting for whoever's the lobbyist that will support him the most and give him the most money. But moving on from that and down towards the Rikkiv, we also got to see the Ukrainians hitting a Zala's supercam.
Oh no!
Oh, it's the minions! It's the minions! Dude, look at those trenches down there. World War I-esque, like quite literally World War I style trenches down there.
It really is. And look at that goofy little guppy right down here, whatever that is.
Meep, meep. Bro, they're about to obliterate this thing. And there it goes. It's gone. Wait, the drone's still flying. Oh, well, we're on to the next one now.
Someone said a lot about politics has to do with making you hate the other guy.
Oh,
Could you imagine if there were 3 political parties? Like, that would never work because you really couldn't, like, unify your hatred toward one source. Like, for example, one party against the other party. If there's 2 of them, it becomes real simple and allows them to make a argument for hating the other side real easy. But if there were 3 legit, like, actual contenders, that would pretty much ruin the whole scheme they got going.
Yeah, it really would. Also, by the way, really quickly before we continue that conversation, because that moves us on into parliamentary systems, which is a whole thing on its own. Here is a little clip of a Ukrainian FPV stalking this Russian. He's getting the beeper, letting him know that it's near. Oh, Papa Yakubliya. Oh, there it is. Oh, no. He's like, oh, God, Bliya.
Oh. He's doing the wall trick.
Bro, he's playing ring around the posies with this thing.
They got pop music playing too for the added effect.
It's like, in a second, it's going to be popping more than the music. Uh-oh. Ooh!
Oh! Call this man Risky Swift because he's moving out.
Oh, they got a tank! As the Panama Canal said, "Pidores." And I'd agree. But moving on from that and on from that little clip and on up into Kyiv, it's time for us to get the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Bitch!
Дорогі українці, українки, коротко про цей день. Військові – наш захист, наші позиції. Щойно була доповідь главкома, ключові напрямки ми тримаємо. Це важливо. Зараз багато координації з лідерами і не тільки в Європі. Говорив сьогодні з президентом Польщі Анджеєм Дудою. І ми виходимо з того, що наша незалежність України та Польщі – це дуже тісно пов'язані речі. Чим сильніший український суверенітет, тим безпечніше Польща. 20 століття це довело. Зараз маємо бути разом. І я вдячний Польщі за підтримку. І говорив з прем'єр-міністром Хорватії. Я подякував Андрею за оборонну підтримку, безпекову співпрацю. Ми багато робимо разом з Хорватією і обмінялися думками щодо найближчих кроків та подій. Говорив сьогодні з президентом Чехії, і ми дуже цінуємо принциповість чеської позиції. Ми обговорили ситуацію в Європі, все, що робиться заради наближення миру. Я дякую. Поговорив сьогодні з прем'єр-міністром Швеції, країни з регіону, в якому зараз, на жаль, стала постійною гібридна загроза і багато вкрай неприємних інцидентів у Балтійському морі. І це, і все інше свідчить: нам треба більше єдності, нам треба більше координації, більше взаємодії. Сьогодні ж дуже субстантивно говорив з прем'єр-міністром Люксембургу щодо різних ідей та пропозицій, які є в Європі заради миру, заради гарантій безпеки. Головний висновок: Європа має і може робити значно більше для того, щоб мир реально був досягнутий. Це можливо. У нас з партнерами в Європі є чіткі пропозиції. Ми можемо на цій основі забезпечити реалізацію європейської стратегії. І важливо, щоб це було разом з Америкою. Словенія, прем'єр-міністр, і дуже хороша розмова. І важливо, щоб кожна нація у світі та на нашому континенті була почутою. Я подякував Словенії за допомогу нашому захисту, за підтримку в спільних європейських справах. Ірландія провів сьогодні розмову з прем'єр-міністром і про нашу взаємодію в Європі, і про ключові позиції в дипломатії, які є зараз. Дуже тепле ставлення до наших людей, до нашого захисту. Ми цінуємо це. І, звісно, ми продовжуємо працювати з нашими партнерами в ключових світових регіонах, зокрема в Африці, Кот-д'Івуар. Я говорив сьогодні з президентом. Я вдячний за підтримку нашого суверенітету, нашої територіальної цілісності і позиції, що в міжнародних справах потрібна реальна передбачуваність, потрібна реальна повага до інтересів кожної нації. Без поваги світу не буде. При тому рівні зброї, який існує зараз. І саме тому потрібно працювати на всіх рівнях у світі з усіма партнерами в усіх регіонах, щоб міжнародний порядок дійсно був і дійсно відповідав сенсу слова порядок. Я дякую всім за підтримку. Ще одне. Сьогодні команди України і США працюють над проектом угоди між нашими урядами. Це угода, яка може додати нашим відносинам і, головне, деталі зробити так, щоб це могло спрацювати. Я сподіваюся на результат, на справедливий результат. Слава Україні!
And Rom
Slava.
And with that, I hope y'all enjoyed listening to my speech to all of you about what is going on in the world, but nevertheless, we have to talk to all of y'all, as we have been able to hear reports that Putin and Shitten is preparing to declare victory in Ukraine in a few days, and a lot of people are wondering, is there any benefit? And it does appear that a lot of people are believing that Russia has no benefit in that. Like, what does that do? It really doesn't do anything. Others are believing that Russia will settle in the long term. Some are saying that this will not happen and it is false. And others are unsure and undecided. But while we think about that, and while Matthew has his analysis, I'm going to sit back and enjoy a delicious snack. I like to call it Graham from Ukraine. So take it away, Matthew.
Go ahead and take the chance to enjoy a nice snack. But anyways, moving into this poll right here, it says reports say Putin is preparing to declare victory in Ukraine in just a few days. And do you see any benefit for Putin to do this? It looks like 34% said no, Russia has no benefit in that, while 26% said that'll probably not happen and it sounds false. And 25% said yes, Russia will settle in long term. And honestly, the situation on the ground shows that Russia's losing quite badly. Around Pokrovsk, Russia's getting hammered like never before seen. And along other areas of the front line, Russia's also not doing good either. So there's no doubt that Russia's losing. So for them to come in and claim they're going to declare victory in a couple of days is really silly. It obviously does not reflect the situation on the ground. So it makes you wonder, is this even true whatsoever? Me personally, I kind of think it's not going to happen. I'm with the 26% that said it's probably false. I think this is fake news, or it's either a false report. Because I don't see any reality of him actually being able to sell that to the Russian people or sell that to anybody. So I'm with the 26%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say if they did, I don't really believe that they are either. But if they do, because, we might be wrong. Like, we've been wrong on a couple of things recently, so I'm going to put it out there. We might be wrong on this. Though, at least I might be wrong in saying that they might not do that. What does it change if they say they've won? I mean, the war is still going on at that point. Because the thing is that they can say they've won and they still haven't won. So, that's kind of how it is. That's like me saying I'm rich. Well, I'm not. So, doesn't really change the situation. It's like, dude, it's like everyone's acting like, oh no, if Putin gets the golden chalice of victory and declares it, it's over. Like it's a movie. Like if he just declares that he's won, they've won. It's like, that's not how the world works. So
it would seem like if he declared victory, that would indicate that he can't go any further. He knows he can't go any further. It would seem like almost like admitting defeat in a very sly way.
Yeah, also like if Putin sits there and always wants to act like a genius, it's like, well, there's nothing genius about this. If you declare victory and your soldiers are still dying on a front line and getting pushed back, that means the war is still going. It's like that doesn't mean you've won. That's like Zelenskyy going, I have won. The Russians can kiss it. It's like, well, he clearly didn't. I mean, the war is still going. It would make no sense. That's like the U.S. in the middle of fighting World War II, Matthew, in like 1943 going, we have done it, Americans. We have won the war. Is it still going to go on for like another 2 years? It's like, that doesn't make any sense. So I would say there's nothing to gain from it, and I don't even think they're really going to do it because of that. But if they do, then they're just stupid. Anyways, we're on to the next one.
What are they even fighting for? But anyways, with that and out of that crazy talk right there by that individual, we are now moving on to our super chats once again, because we are fresh out of polls now. That was our only poll to address during the last segment. And moving into our super chats once again, this one goes to Celix the Fat, who's of course a longtime channel legend. And it's good to see you once again, Celix. And thank you very much for that $100 donation. Absolutely massive support, and we appreciate it very much. And Celix said, as a truck driver, all I've seen different is a change of products I deliver, and I've always delivered all over the EU, even Ukraine, when we were delivering glass to replace windows a couple of years ago. And right now, all I notice is that there are no American products in my truck.
Exactly. Like, that's something that people aren't getting. Europe is in a position, and I would completely agree with you, Celix, that is not America's, and people just don't get that, and people who don't get it are ignorant. Europe has options. We don't. We're the leader of the sphere. Rivals of the sphere are not going to trade with us because we're the leader of our own sphere. Europe is the leader of almost what could be called a third-party neutral sphere as far as the Chinese are concerned, which are the only other major economic bloc out there. The Russians don't count. They're insignificant. The Chinese are the only one out there. So if Europe becomes a neutrally aligned sphere that's looking out for its own interests, that means that it's able to float over to the Chinese and trade with them and completely leave us in the dirt. And the fact of the matter is that the Chinese do have an economy large enough, mind you. It's about as large as the European economy. It's short by a couple of trillion, but it's large enough that it can supplement American trade. And especially considering that the Chinese are once again trying to reinvigorate their economy, a massive influx of European goods that initially would be cheap would be a major way to begin that economic rekindling and regrowth that Xi Jinping is looking for at this time. All we are doing is we are moving the Europeans from being an aerosphere, which is a major benefit to us and makes us a lot of money, and we're then shifting that over to the Chinese so they can make a lot of money. It's kind of the same reason why the U.S. doesn't need Middle Eastern oil, but we continue to stay in the Middle East and fight and kill to control where that oil goes, so that way we can pretty much cripple our rivals by controlling it. And people just don't like, I don't know what it is with people not wanting to get that, and I think it really is that they just want to be ignorant and live in la la land, but nothing works the way they're believing it works, where America can just be fine on its own. We can produce all of our oil, we can do whatever the hell we want, we don't have to trade with anybody. They don't get that, though, that trade is one of the biggest ways we make money. That's like the biggest way, the biggest thing that contributes to gross domestic product growth every year in this country, which is wealth. That's money. I mean, that's money passing through the United States is the GDP. So it's crazy when people say that, because trading internally and quite literally creating a closed economy is the way to kill an economy in the industrial world. And I saw Walter E. Lakota bring this up a while ago. Japan was isolationist, as well as Joseon, which is the Kingdom of Korea that included both North and South Korea. Both of them were isolationist all the way up until the 1850s. And you know what was crazy is that during the entire time that Japan was isolationist, they were stagnant. Nothing changed in Japan, like nothing at all, over those couple of hundred years. The only thing that really changed was that the Portuguese, which were the only country that traded with Japan, gave them guns, and so they would slaughter each other with guns. But that was the only thing that changed. Then when the United States arrived with gunboats and said, you're going to open up trade or we're going to start killing people, then that's when the Japanese went, oh my God, we are so far behind. We don't even know what those are, but there's fire belching out of these ships, and not only that, they make a thunderous roar and fling a giant boulder out of the side of these things that could decimate any castle here in Japan. We are incredibly far behind. And then Japan emerged out of its isolationism immediately, and from 1860 up to 1910, they went from being a backwater nobody to trading with everyone and turning into one of the most economically and militarily powerful countries in Asia during the course of those next 50 years. That is what trade does. That's what in the modern industrialized world trade does for a country. It grows them to an insane length. South Korea is an economic miracle because of Park Chung-hee and Syngman Rhee throwing everything that they had into the chaebols, which are their version of a monopoly. Not saying that monopolies are good, but in the South Korean instance, it turned out being a bit of a fortune in their favor. And the chaebols were able to grow big enough and powerful enough on a world stage that they were able to compete with the well-established European and American companies, and they were what really brought forward the massive amount of wealth that South Korea has, is because South Korea started to export their products to other countries around the world, and with the money they made off of those exports, they would then spend that importing goods that they did not produce, thus increasing the quality of life in South Korea. Trade is so important. People keep on acting like their heads are in the sand with this. If trade wasn't important, if having relations with foreign countries was not important, why are the Russians even fighting over Ukraine? Ukraine could have been in NATO and the EU, and it wouldn't have made a difference to Russia if that was the case. China wouldn't be out there trying to get more trade partners and threatening the U.S. position in the world if having trade partners didn't matter, and they could just do everything internally. Why in the world does every single country in the world operate to where they are wanting to gain more trade partners and continue to militarily rival the United States? Is because because there's inherently an economic benefit in it. Lying to yourself and saying that there isn't is just living in a fantasy land. The world doesn't work that way. Wake up and grow up, because if you don't, you're going to get trampled. And it's fine if we get trampled, because I'll still I'll be living through the trampling and I'll still be here, but I'll be able to live with the satisfaction of being poor and eating beans on the side of the road, but knowing I was right in the end about what would happen. So anyways,
Do we have to eat beans though?
largely beans give me gas. I'd rather eat something else, but it most likely would be
I'd
beans.
rather eat rice.
Rice is actually pretty good if you butter it up and put like some herbs on it, but now I wouldn't really want to eat rice every day. That's like that, very mundane. But anyways, I hope that does address that well, at least the best I can. And let's see. Tom Esper said, okay, then U.S. prepare to live like the rest of the world. Don't own cars a lot, live in two-room houses and blocks. U.S. doing that now almost, with all family like in the 1800s. I was about to say, Tom Esper, I was reading that, and I didn't read the last part, and I was probably, well, hell, we almost live like that right now, and they just keep telling people to tighten up the belt and spend less money, like that's an option. And, it's crazy, we're going to screw over the country at this rate on the foreign policy sphere in the end. It's like, the people have got to wise up. This isn't going to end well. It's not. You can lie to yourself and pretend like it is, and then you can cuss me out over your false belief. But this has nothing to do with domestic politics, and this has nothing to do with liking one administration and disliking the other. This isn't going to end out well. I can promise you that. And it's fine. It's a democracy, and the current president was elected. There's nothing I can do about that, and he's going to be the president for the remainder of his term. But by the end of that term, we're going to be in a pretty bad spot. And then you will see that I was right. So, there's nothing we can do about that in the meantime, but I hope people start wising up, because popular opinion doesn't really weigh for much when someone's pretty much bought and sold, but nevertheless, it still has a bit of a guiding factor, at least a little bit, on other factors like the Congress. So, think with some reason, because if you don't, it's not going to end up well for all of us, and I'm also going to be on that ship sinking with you. The only thing that I'm going to be getting out of this in the end is that I'll have been right, but I'll still be drowning with you all the same. So I'd like for some people to have some sense here. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one. But a huge thanks to you once again, by the way, Celix the Fat. And I hope that does address that well and kind of cover the position Europe's in versus the United States. Because really, in the end, as far as trade in between the two goes, America has a good bit to lose, and Europe could actually just simply move on if necessary. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to KG, who puts in a $100 donation, and thank you very much, KG, for I believe that's the second or third support of the night. Massive support once again, and thank you very much, KG, for the massive support. And they said, anyone who questions anything right now is labeled as one political party or another.
That's how it is. That's actually how it is all the time. It was like that under the last administration. Free thinking is not something that is encouraged in this country anymore. The free thinking is pretty much on the out at this point, from what I can tell, because it's like that here on this channel. I mean, hell, I'll say something like during the last administration, I'll say something like, why in the world is this balloon being allowed to fly all over the country? Why not shoot it down? And then we would get called a fascist or something like that for that. And then under the current administration, we'll go, this is a bad foreign policy plan. And then people call us, a snowflake or a liberal or something for that. And it's like, no, it's just that I have common sense, and when I see people doing stupid stuff, I point it out and say, this doesn't really look like it's smart. It's like, I'm not a yes man. I'm not a weak, spaghetti noodled spine person who acts like I have to be a yes man to someone who would give a damn about me in reality, and they really do give a damn about me right now. So that's why I don't really care about saying whether I disagree with all of them or not, because it's like, at the end of the day, they don't know me, don't care about me, and I really don't care that much about them. I really care what I'm getting out of it at the end of the day. And oh man, people just don't get it. It just keeps driving me crazy how people don't get it. Your congressman does not care about you, and you don't need to care about your congressperson. You vote for them to do a job for you. If they don't do that job, they need to go. That's just how it's supposed to work. You're not supposed to be attached to these people. Politics isn't the kind of a realm where you make personal attachments to someone who doesn't even know you and doesn't even care about you, no matter what party you're in. Do you really think all people who really are into that, Do you really think if you're a Republican or a Democrat that your representative actually cares about you because you voted for them and you sit there on Twitter and you fight and die for them? Like, do you really think that they care? They do not. Like they don't at all. They don't even know you. Like, and honestly, probably some of them laugh at the folks who are diehard supporters of them because they're like, what the hell? I don't even know these people, and they're out here like pretty much getting beat to death on over nothing. Like if that representative is screwing you over, why in the world fight for them at any point, even verbally, because they're a part of the party that you just happen to like? I don't know, you have a color preference for red or blue. What's the point? Like, I just don't get it. Like, if like I look at it this way. If a representative is doing good by me, I'll vote for him again. If they're not doing good by me, I'll try and vote for someone else, or I'll just vote for the other person in the other party to screw them over. That's how I look at it. Because it's either they do what's best for me or they're gone. Because I'm not going to keep voting them in and letting them get a free paycheck in Congress and the House of Representatives or the Senate if they're not working for me and they're not doing what I'm actually looking for. That's how I work it. Other people like to work it where they just blindly follow a side, and that side can quite truly screw them over, and they'll just keep voting for them because it's just all, red or blue all the way across the whole ticket. It just doesn't make any sense to do something like that. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And I keep on seeing some people wanting to go, oh, this is political. No, I'm bashing all sides. This remains in the no politics rule because I'm not showing preference to one side or the other. I'm bashing all of them equally. That's actually a caveat within the no politics rule. If you praise both sides equally or condemn them both equally, that's actually within the no politics rule. But you can't mention specific names of parties or anything like that. You just be like, this is a great thing in the country that the government does across the board, or this is a bad thing across the board. You can't, make differentiations. That becomes a political thing and throws you within a political party or a group. So with that, I hope that does address that well. But still, a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope I addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, before we get to our next one, let's address the poll that's currently running. It says, if the EU stops trade with the United States, which food are you going to eat for survival? 29% said potato, 28% said mystery sausage, 27% said beans, and 17% said rice. Honestly, after looking at them all again, I'd have to change my mind, actually go with the beans. You can season up beans that actually taste pretty good with like a nice seasoning pack. And if you have some spare meat, you can throw that into the bean pot and it even tastes better. So I would say the beans is probably a good thing. I'm not eating the mystery sausage because I don't like, mystery sausage like that, like Viennas and stuff like that. I'm not a huge fan. I'd rather like have the other one. Also, someone said, worst poll question ever. I'm sorry. But anyways, Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it's the best poll question I've ever seen. It's the greatest one ever. I would say, in my opinion, a lot of people picking potato. I can actually see that. Like, if you were able to get some butter or chive or something like that, you can make a potato pretty good. Like, anything you can throw into a potato and really add a lot to it. So that's a pretty good one. Beans are kind of just what they are. Like, you can't really do much to change beans. I don't like eating a meat, and I don't know what the source of it is. Like, so I would be against the mystery sausage because that could be like a horse or a dog or something. And I'm personally adverse to eating horses and dogs. So I would generally not want to eat a mystery sausage. I only eat chicken, beef, lamb, and other kinds of livestock animals like hogs. I don't eat mystery sausages because who knows what's in that thing. Rice, it's not that bad, but I think rice is kind of, it would get mundane after a while. So I think the potato might actually be the best bet out of all four of those. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank y'all all once again for weighing in on that because it's a very important and pressing question of the time. And I'm saying that as a joke. Some people won't see the sarcasm in that, and then people will be like, how dare he? He says he's a Eurosimp or something like that. But anyway, so that we're on to the next one.
All right, so jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to Tom McMahon, who puts in a massive $100 donation, and that is actually Tom's first ever super chat on the channel as well. And thank you very much, Tom, for choosing to support us in such a big way. And Tom says, you've mentioned our relationship with Canada, and I thought you might be interested in reporting by Sam Cooper, who wrote the book, Willful Blindness, how a network of narcos, tycoons, and CCP agents infiltrated the West.
And I thank you so much for the support. And Tom, I've actually kind of come up with that on my own. Like, I've actually been saying that for a good while here. I don't say it often, but I've been saying it over the years that foreign agents of all sides have infiltrated the United States in every single way. And let's see. That really is kind of exactly what I would think. Actually, it sounds like it might be an interesting book to read. I think it largely just kind of confirmed what I'm saying. Like it would pretty much almost say the same thing. But how I've been looking at it is that the United States has too much foreign influence from actors in the government that shouldn't be there. The Russians influence one party, the Communist Chinese influence the other. If you sit back and look at it from where I'm from, it's very clear that that's the case. Then you have the billionaires, or as you could call them, the merchants, who pretty much have their own interests inside the United States, and pretty much completely usurp the will of the public. But then also the public does its own perverting of the government by largely leaning into the Russian fascist ideologies or communist Chinese ideologies, one way or the other. And it's just really saddening to see from afar and see that people just don't wise up to that sort of a deal, because it just blows me away that people cannot see it. Because if you just look at it for what it is, it's quite clear and obvious what exactly is going on. And really, all those kinds of foreign influences should be removed from the government. There should be no foreign lobbies. There should be very little input from the Russians or the Chinese in any kind of a public forum in the United States. There should be absolutely no control that billionaires hold over the U.S. government at all in any direction. And some people are like, go, oh my God, he's against Elon. And no, there's another one. The guy's called George Soros. Usually a lot of people like to go after him when the current party's not in charge. They go that he's running all the strings on the other side. So it's like, isn't it kind of across the board at that point? Can't everyone kind of find a little bit of common ground and agree that having those kind of people pulling the strings and lobbying the government a little bit too heavily isn't that good? Because every time it's not your party's billionaire that's doing it, it's not a good thing. So inherently it must not be a good thing across the board. So isn't that kind of a little clear at this point? Like, I feel like I'm talking a good bit of sense here. Someone's about to tell me I'm not, and they're about to get it. Like they're about to get the band hammer. But anyways, it's just too much interference from external parties. The only party that should have a say in the government is the people that vote. The citizenry's vote is the most sacred thing that is involved in our government. Billionaires should not have a say. Foreign powers should not have any influence. The people's vote and what they believe and what they decide on their own without any external influence from any foreign parties, or to have their votes completely usurped by some sort of a billionaire who's lobbied the government to hell and back, should not be the case. That's what I believe it should be. It should just be the people's vote, and that's it. Anyways, I hope that does address that somewhat well, and I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And also, I saw someone say, Soros is very alive. Yeah, but, like, that's still like the boogeyman that one side likes to go after all the time. So it's like, well, if that billionaire is bad, then why in the world is y'all's billionaire not bad? Like that, I kind of generally look at them as all bad as far as their influence on the government. Not against anyone being a billionaire, but when they start to pretty much weigh in their economic influence to pretty much run the government, that's when I have a general problem and an issue with it, because they're not supposed to be able to do that. And generally, they never were really allowed to do that over larger periods of U.S. history. Very rarely was that the case, and usually those times are looked at nowadays as bad times, like the Gilded Age, for example. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one, and a big thanks to you once again for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running.
Yes, indeed. And our next one here goes to none other than Andy L., who makes a return to the live chat and puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Andy, for that support. And it's good to have you back. He said, I am back. He said, I want to apologize to the Enforcer Matt, and the LSA for my unacceptable behavior in the chat around a week ago. And no excuses. It will not happen again. Well, we're glad to have you back, Andy. We're glad that you've come back to the chat, and we hope to have you for a long time. And also, thank you very much for the support once again. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you for the support, Andy. And welcome back. And it's good. It wasn't really the best of things, but still, it's fine. We're happy to have you back. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And also, I saw someone say, and here's something, man. I just saw this. This is kind of like an argument for, I guess, the billionaires. Someone said, we are a constitutional republic, not a democracy. Contra-majority institutions are as vital as a vote. Are you trying to say that as in, like, billionaires should have a say? Because where in the world in the Constitution does it allow for that specific kind of a say to be had that usurps the public's will? Like, if I remember,
billionaires should have an equal say to any normal citizen in this country. Just because they have more money doesn't mean they should have more influence. It's not the way it's supposed to work. Every citizen, regardless of what their income is supposed to have equal say in the way the government is run. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's why we try to make it equal when it comes to representatives, senators from each state, and things like that. It's supposed to be equal. But when you have people, giving massive donations through PACs to particular politicians, even though it's unspoken, it's not like written down like, oh, I gave like 500,000 to this politician, so therefore I get X amount of favors. That's the way it works. It's just unwritten and it's unspoken. That should not be the way it works.
And let's see here. Let me see if I can find anything in the Constitution that says that the billionaire should be an additional say into the government. Not really seeing anything about it here. I'm seeing how they explain how they're all supposed to be elected by the public voting for them, but I don't really see anything in here where it says, also, by the way, each senator and representative can have one billionaire along with them to really tell them what they should do, because they're a quasi-majority. No, that's not how it's supposed to work. We are a federal republic. That doesn't mean that you can usurp the people's vote. That means that the people vote for elected representatives on the state and federal level that are executors of their wishes of what they were elected to do. That's what it is. There is nowhere in the U.S. Constitution, anywhere, where it says that, oh yeah, by the way, you can just throw in billionaires and lobbyists that are quote-unquote quasi-majorities that completely usurp the will of the people that voted these folks in. That's not supposed to happen.
And also these foreign lobbies too, like these foreign lobbies that show up with foreign aid money in the United States, that should be immediately put to an end. There should be no foreign lobbies in the United States with money donating to anybody. That shouldn't be happening whatsoever. And there's a lot of them, and there's some extremely powerful ones. In fact, some of the biggest lobbies in America are foreign lobbies of countries which are, of course, not within America. They're from foreign countries, obviously. So that should be put to a stop.
Yeah, like there's no argument to say, you know what, there is a way, there should be a reason why the people's will is usurped. The whole point of the country was to have representation. That was the whole point of the Revolutionary War. No taxation without representation. So what you're saying is no taxation without representation, unless if they have enough money, and then we can have the taxation without representation. Then it ought to be fine. Like, that's just crazy. I can't really hide my disdain for that. To say that, yes, we ought to throw out all of our votes and make them not count if someone has enough money, that's ridiculous. We practically may as well be going back to a feudal system where the lords run their fiefdoms with the king. That's not how this country runs, and it never will run that way if I had a say in it. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here goes to Celix the Fat. Once again, he puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, Celix, for that extra support as well. We appreciate it. They said, hey, solid fun. And they said, keep the good work up, and thank you for it. And please give my question for the next curious one.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much once again for throwing in a significant amount of support tonight. It's absolutely massive, and we're entirely appreciative of that, Celix. And that was your third super chat in the history of the channel. And thank you for throwing into the salad fund. I've been eating a lot of good eats recently. Sadly, we were supposed to cook today, but I didn't clean the dishes in time, so we had to go get something out to eat. I got Chick-fil-A. But beyond that, thank you so much for enjoying our work, Celix the Fact. We try our best to make sure the news is well presented and well researched, and I hope it was again tonight. And we will make sure to give that to the live chat. And so what do we got, Matthew?
So this one, in honor of Celix the Fat, goes to Purple Gerbil, who says, do you think that France would give Ukraine nukes?
Absolutely not. I don't really think anyone would give Ukraine nuclear weapons, because that really divests their strategic power to another country, and I don't think anyone would ever really want to do that. And I honestly think the Ukrainians might do that on their own, especially if things keep going the way they are. But with that, I thank you once again for sponsoring a live chat, Celix the Fat, and I hope that addressed that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to KG once again, and dang, KG threw in a third super chat tonight, and thank you very much, KG. I think that's a ton of support right there. I think it's almost like $300 in support, and he put in a 50 this time, and thank you very much, KG. That's extremely generous of you. And they said, I am very sad to see some of my good friends being in the same place, a person who promises but backstabs you. And I'm sorry that people voted for someone, and well, I got to sort of like brush over that a little bit because we can't get too political. But KG also said, now we're faced with a catch-22 in Ukraine.
I think it was the support, KG. I cannot really weigh in on who I voted, because that's something I told folks, because people bash, if y'all remember, I remember this time when I said I was going to vote in the election because I didn't want to, really break our political neutrality, and then everyone told me to go vote, and I went and voted instead. Y'all remember that time? But I told everyone I'd never tell y'all who I voted for, and to be honest with y'all, it wouldn't really matter who I voted for. To just give it to y'all frankly, Alabama leans a certain way every single election, so it was not going to matter if I voted the way the state voted or against it. It was already predetermined for the large part. The state was not a toss-up, that's for sure, not a battleground state. So with that in mind, I personally can't really weigh in whether I regret that the current president was elected or not. One thing I can say is that his foreign policy prerogatives are not the best, and I think that they have a lot of work that can be done on them, and they're pretty bad, to be entirely honest. But I'm not really going to weigh in anything beyond that because that would be inherently political. But beyond that, I do thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And our next one here goes to Andrew Barbro, who puts in a 50 as well. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that support. He said, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
A lot. I would assume they probably can. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and asking a very interesting, I guess you could say tongue twister. But I hope that Matthew was able to get through it incredibly well, and I hope I addressed it somewhat well, perhaps. But nevertheless, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next. Also, by the way, everyone keeps on talking about the baby mama drama out there on Twitter. I just got to say this, like this is something that Matthew and me have kind of been bringing up behind the scenes. Isn't it kind of funny how someone who keeps on saying that they stand for traditional values has like 12 baby mamas and 12 children, and he talks to none of them, and he doesn't give a damn about families, at least his own. Like, it's like, I just got to say, like, it's like, what is up with people in the dissonance in between that? Like, like people will sit there and like say, oh, I'm like for this and that on a moral perspective, and then the people who lead these movements are not even aligned at all with what they say to the people. Like, it's like, I believe in traditional family values has like 12 divorces. It's like that's not a traditional family value kind of a thing, like I don't get it. Like, it's like I'm not saying that it's right or wrong to have traditional family values. I'll kind of be honest with y'all here. I largely believe that that's a pretty decent thing to have. I mean, it generally, I think it turns out well if everyone's all on board with it and agrees with it. People can live their life however they want. It's a free country. But at the same time, though, to preach one thing and then do another, I don't like that kind of a business. It makes someone look like a hypocrite and a liar. But anyways, with that,
and it's sad though, like I saw it on Twitter yesterday, because I stay on Twitter all the time doing research, and I was on there, I was reading apparently his I guess you can call them baby mothers if you want to call them that, girlfriends, whatever, that had his children, and I saw them on there tweeting at him under like tweets, begging him to reach out so that way they could discuss the like healthcare for their children. I was like, is this like a joke? And then I saw another one do it. And I was like, okay, so apparently this is actually legitimate. He's apparently, or at least according to what these baby mothers are saying, he's not communicating with them on a regular basis, which is, that's obviously not good. It's like, it's not like he has a money problem. He's got all the money in the world. So it's like, why are you not caring at all? That's kind of disturbing about somebody's mindset, to be perfectly honest.
Well, like to just be frank, that's just a shitty person. Like, I'm just going to be honest with y'all here. If you end up having a kid in any circumstance and you just end up abandoning the person you had that kid with and also the kid, that's being a shitty person, because that's taking that out on this kid you just brought into the world and being a deadbeat. Like that goes to women and men who do that. That's just a horrendous thing to do, and that's being an absolutely deplorable individual and a deadbeat, much less to do that 12 times over. Like, if you have a kid, you should be there. Like, even if you don't like the person you had the kid with and you divorced them or you were never married to them, you still should be there for that kid, because that's your kid. Like, you owe it to them. You brought them into the world. Don't leave them out there to suffer. At least have the common decency to help them out in some way. That just is a abhorrent thing to me, to have a kid and then not care about them at all. Like, that's just like, you have to be some kind of a psychopath or something to do that, because I don't have a kid, but you would have to be, man, because how in the world can you have a kid and then not give a damn about 12 of them?
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, well, because I'm pretty sure that individual is probably a prime candidate for a sociopath or a psychopath. because it's sort of the same mentality being put toward Ukraine as well. Ukraine is a victim of, at this point, bad policies by the United States. They're becoming a victim. And what's the guy's current attitude toward Ukraine? Throw him under the bus and screw him. And also at the same time, I'm going to basically, spit at him too. That's sort of the way he's doing his kids and his baby mothers as well. It's just kind of the same theme going on there.
Yeah. I also mean, look, we got a simp for him. Elon rocks. I bet you wouldn't be saying that if you was one of his kids that had hospital bills that their mother couldn't pay. I'm sure you wouldn't be saying that. I know some people who've been in positions like that, and the kind of emotional trauma that those kids go through, knowing that their dad doesn't give a damn about them, and they're out there somewhere, and they just don't even reach out or help them out with anything. It really takes a toll on those kids. Like that is a shitty thing right there. There's no way to hide that. Like, and I'm not going to sit there and be one of those stupid people, like a lot of people are, who goes, oh, I believe in, making sure to take care of your kids and raise them right. And then the guy who's, up there, he's got 12 of them, he doesn't talk to him, and then go, well, I mean, he's still a nice guy. No, that's a pretty shitty person. Like, there's no hiding that one at that point. Like, if you don't take care of your kids, that's like a bare minimum thing that you have to do in life, is if you have a kid, you have to take care of them, whether you're rich or poor. Like, there's no excuse to not taking care of your kids. That's just a crappy thing to do. Like, that's my personal opinion. Maybe you disagree with it, but if you disagree with it, I don't know how you can. And I like on a moral level, I don't really know how you wake up and look at yourself in the mirror thinking that you just have a kid and then abandon them and never have anything to do with them. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Darth Meat, who puts in a $30 donation. And thank you very much, Darth Meat, for that $30 support and helping to keep the channel running. And said, I'm a data analyst, and I'm scared. And I'm trying to get the word out on Putin interfering with the U.S. System. Let's see here. This one, Darth Meat, I hate to say it. I hate not to read out a whole super chat, but this one gets a little bit political here because it has an implication having to do with our election. So I'm going to have to avoid reading this part out, but I'll let the Enforcer take a look and see if he wants to address it. But thank you very much for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And let me make sure to take a look. Yeah, sadly, we can't get into that one. Election interference is an incredibly political thing. I'm not going to speak about the exact details of that, but we really can't get into that because that's a big domestic political kind of a battle that goes on there. But with that, I hope that does address that, or at least cover why we really can't talk about that too much. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Ari Sowini, who puts in a $25 donation. And thank you very much, Ari Sowini, for that support. Kiwi Wife and Finn. And they said, interesting times, the choices of news to cover. And thank you for the continued coverage. LSA, and nice intro, too.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying the intro. And it is a really interesting time, without a doubt. Like, it is a wildly interesting time. In some good ways, but mostly at this point, I'm saying it's not really the best. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep it running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Just Chillin', who puts in a 25. And thank you very much, Just Chillin', as well, for just chilling and hanging out here on the channel and also supporting the channel as well. And they said, I fear the current sanctions on Russia being lifted by the USA, or at least a good majority of them. And what say you? And also, if you feel the question is too political, then no worries.
Oh, no, that's not a political one. That's more of a foreign policy one. I actually do have a bit of a concern about that, because if the sanctions are lifted, the Russian economy could start to fragilely rebuild itself, or stay stable enough that it never forces an end to the war if the Russians don't want to end it, because economically they would be in a decent position. That's not to say, though, that Europe will lift their sanctions. They may impose their own sanctions outside of the U.S.'s sanction framework that's been worked on right now. But that is a bit of a concern to me, I will agree. But with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, and I thank you once again for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, really quickly, I got to address this one, Matthew. Neil Green said, the Nazis used excessive amounts of fluoride to subdue prisoners and make them docile. Okay, so
where is that guy? Where is he?
A little, like, right below the super chat from Ryan H. If you're in the live chat.
Okay, I've been looking for that guy all night. He's been trolling everybody, but I can't see his name in the chat. So
okay.
Thank you.
I want to point this one out here. Okay, all right. So you say, so people always say that about fluoride. All right. So I don't know if people get this, but you pretty much are drinking fluoride whether you want to or not. It's in the water supply, so you're always drinking it. So if it's supposed to make you docile, how come you know that it's making you docile and you resist it and other people don't, according to your theory. How does that work? Like, if it is like a proven fact that fluoride as a substance makes people docile, how come you're psychotic and schizophrenic? Like explain it to me. Like, you're drinking the same water. How does it work? Like, it doesn't work because it's pseudoscience and it makes no sense. Because I'll tell you this, like, I drink plenty of tap water, and when someone gets on my nerves, they get on my nerves, and I will get pissed. Like, that's how it works. I'm still a person. I still have a full range of emotions. To act like fluoride's going to infiltrate your bodily fluids like that goofy movie from the 60s and actually make you docile. Come on, be real. Like, get with the program. I'm aggravated at that goofy statement. I drink tap water all day. So that largely shows that you're just wrong. And also, frivolous activities, you shower with fluoride water. Every single bit of water that you use in your residence has fluoride in it, because all of it's treated water. Like, none of it's untreated water. And even still, the fluoride remains in the water for the large part. So even when it goes out into the natural water supply, there's still trace elements of fluoride in the natural drinking water. Well, not really the aquifer, the groundwater table, it's not really down there much, but it's still out there. So it's like, it's just ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous to say something like that. And let's see. Also, do not drink only distilled water. Like, that's not good. Distilled water is just raw H2O. People don't know this, but drinking raw distilled water actually has some consequences, because it actually starts to sap your body of minerals that you need. Like, for example, salt. Like, salt's actually important to have in your water. Like, distilled water is not healthy to drink. Distilled water is pretty much for machinery that requires pure water so that way you don't have scale buildup. But for the large part, you have to have minerals in your water, like salt and other kinds of things, because if you don't, osmosis happens where the salt from your body enters that distilled water, and then you start to exfiltrate through your urine most of your bodily salt content. So you generally do want some certain kinds of minerals in the water. Otherwise, there could be some unintended side effects down the road. So you want to make sure that you actually have non-distilled water that actually does have the appropriate minerals inside of it. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. Obviously, lead, you don't want lead in the water. Like, I'm not saying, lead's good.
There's some
for you.
people that say that they don't put lead in the water because they don't want us to be protected from a nuclear blast.
Oh my God, are you kidding? Like,
no, I'm dead serious. That's actually like a conspiracy theory out there. They say they took the lead out of the water. They took the lead away because they don't want us to be protected. That's what they said.
Dude, if they lived back in the day of lead paint, bro, they would be chipping that off the wall and eating it like potato chips, man.
Bro, in their mind, the lead paint houses were freaking like nuclear bomb shelters in their minds. They're like, those things were fortified.
Dude, you literally get hit by the epicenter of the nuclear blast and walk away fine because you drink lead water. Genius. Like, it's like truly genius.
It's like you may be scrambled up a little bit in the brain, but you're going to survive that blast.
Yeah, I mean, it's... dude, like, when they look at the, the shadows on the buildings at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, when they go over there, they're like, didn't have enough lead in the water. It's like, what did they explain that? It's like, that's just stupid. Like, that is quite truly asinine to have that kind of a belief. Dude, some people out there are, like... I would say some people out there, man, with conspiracy theories like that, they're almost like peasant level with intelligence, like a medieval peasant, where they're like, I'll think this far in the wood, and we have to draw it out with the right humus, or something like that. It's like, how in the hell can you be that ignorant? Like, I don't even know.
Honestly, that's below peasant level of like knowledge right there, man. That's like, I'm like, if somebody believes that crazy conspiracy theory, I think they might have already come in contact with some lead. Or something, because I'm like, how could you even think that?
Dude, they're the kind of person where you go up and they have like a human tooth on like a necklace, and you're like, what's that? Oh, well, it's the tooth of Copernicus. It protects me from meteors. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, what are you talking about? It's like, you're crazy. It's like, you're crazy. But anyways... Also, some people are like, humanity's not. No, it's just there's always stupid people like that out there. Don't let them discredit all humanity. There's a lot of good people out there that have average intelligence and above average intelligence. It's just that the stupid ones, when you see them, you never forget them because they're just that stupid. It's like, how can someone who have lived this long being this stupid? It's like really, when you think, and also those are the people, man, who talk about society collapsing all the time, man. Like, they're like obsessed with it. Like, when society collapses, I'm gonna go out in the woods. It's like, dude, when society collapses, you're gonna freaking die because you're not even gonna know how to grow a crop. Like, you're probably gonna water that thing with Gatorade and kill it. Like, it's like, you're not going to survive, man. I promise you. It's like, that just won't happen. But anyways, with that, also, James Green Coffee said, in the age of information, that kind of stupidity is inexcusable. No, because you're forgetting that some people are incredibly lazy and put no effort into anything. In some aspects, I'm one of those people. But in terms of, like, researching history and stuff, I'm on the ball. Like as far as, and I also am one of the people who knows, I would not be able to survive a society collapse. I probably would eventually just end up dying within like the first year or two of that, for sure. So like, I know that, and I know my weaknesses. Some other people don't get it, and it's like, man, you're gonna have a rude awakening if society really did collapse. You're gonna be starving to death within 2 weeks for sure. But anyways.
And also, that some people are saying in the information age, it's no excuse not to have that knowledge. 1 in 10 households in America don't even have a computer. Like, most people don't even know that. There's actually a decent amount of people that actually do not know how to use a computer, nor do they know even how to access the internet, which is interesting because, most people are like, well, how the hell do they not know that? I mean, there's several factors that lead to it. Extreme poverty can lead to it. Some people can't afford a computer. Some places don't have access to internet if you're really, really rural. That's a problem as well. That's being changed here recently, but it wasn't, that way for the last 5 to 10 years. So, some people don't even know how to use a computer. Like, I do know some people distant in our family that don't know how to get on the internet. And they've never really figured out how to get on the internet, which is honestly crazy. It's just like, I know people that are older, they know how to get on the internet, but some people just refuse to. So, some people just don't want the knowledge.
Also, I saw someone say, as long as we have a habitat, we'll be able to survive. No, a lot of people think that. Very wrong. Agriculture is the only way people survive. If it wasn't for agriculture, everyone would be dead. And I'm not talking about just, growing crops. I'm talking about husbandry, all that kind of a deal. If that didn't exist, most people would be dead. If everyone went out into the wild, like, just say society collapsed out of the blue tonight and everyone had to go wandering out into the wild tomorrow, the wildlife populations would be decimated and go extinct within months. Like, that would happen guaranteed. That's why we have the state of Alabama Fish and Wildlife Agency to ensure that people aren't out there poaching the animals or hunting them year round. Because if everyone did that, they go extinct for the large part within this area. And that's also something that's existed for hundreds of years. People don't know this, but back in the Middle Ages, people weren't eating raw protein. Like, that's something that I've just, like, I'm so, like, blasted away by like, ignorant people nowadays. They're like, people nowadays are weak and feeble because back in the medieval period, peasants were eating nothing but beef. And it's like, what, are you kidding? It's like, only the nobility ate beef. It was expensive because, you didn't have mass industry produced beef or any kind of meats back then. Most people subsisted on bread alone and just a little bit of additional things around the year. Maybe some fish, but very rarely any kind of real meat. And people back then could not go hunt because most people also don't know this, but according to medieval law, throughout most kingdoms, all wildlife was property of the king. So everything except for, I think, a few animals like wolves were property of the crown or the king or the queen that was in charge of that kingdom. So you couldn't just go, I'm going to go hunting today. It's a simple life. I'm going to go hunting and fishing, and I'm going to go shoot a deer. You shoot a deer, you get hung for poaching, because that was the punishment for poaching, because you just killed the king's creatures of the forest. Like, that's something that you do not do. And that's why they had wardens and royal huntskeepers that wandered around everywhere, because they found an animal that was poached. Good God, they were going to find that person and they were going to kill them. Like they were going to hang them until they were dead, because that was the crime for poaching. Like, people don't know that because they want to live in ignorance, and they, for some reason, some people want to act like the old times were the good times. Like, I can promise you that the Middle Ages was not a good time for most. It wasn't as bad as people make it out to be in, like, modern film, but we have far better lives than the average person in the Middle Age ever did. It's like, I don't know how people can ever think that it was better back then, because it's like, I don't know, have any of y'all died from the plague? It's like, most people don't die from diseases these days, although there is a new one that's apparently going to be popping up soon. But anyways, With that, while I hear Matthew's microphone screeching like a car just stopped outside, with, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one. This one goes to Dean Adams, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Dean, for that support. They said, gift is from Dean and Mel from England, and great work. And I watched from the very beginning.
Hey, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And great to hear that you've been watching for 3 years. I love to hear that people have been watching for pretty much ever, and I love to know that y'all are continuing to watch. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And of course, a big shout out to all of you who enjoy this channel and help it to keep on running, because y'all make this thing possible day in and day out. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Critical Mass Examera Fatty LSA Forever, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Critical Mass X Fatty, for that. For the support, and we appreciate it. And they said China holds the U.S. and West hostage. If we do this deal and fund the extraction of said rare earth metals, does that not make us dependent on the Ukrainians? And would that not be in the best interest of the West?
I would say really being at the whim of the Chinese, or really giving anything over to the Russians or the Chinese, is not within American Western interest. If we do anything, we should make sure to do it from an actual position of strength instead of being cowards and then saying that we're working in a position of strength. That's just crazy. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And so with that, is that what you're laughing at, Matthew?
No, I was laughing at something else that was political in the chat that I saw somebody put in, and it was killing me, but I was not going to mention it.
Okay. But still, thank you so much for your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
No, trust me, I'm not laughing about the whirlybird thing at all. In fact, that's quite terrible to hear that's a thing again, apparently. But anyways, jumping into our next one. This one goes to Andrew J., who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Andrew J., for that support and helping to keep the channel running. And I was going back to check real quick and make sure there was not. There is a comment attached to this one. Wait a minute. Andrew J. put in 2 of them, actually. Let's see here. Yeah, he did. He put in 2. Let me see what the deal is here. So I don't know what the deal is. I think the spreadsheet's gotten messed up or something. Let me go check something. Let's see. I think Andrew J. put in 3. Let me check what's going on here. Let's see. I think I got it right after all. Let's see. Maybe shoot, I don't even know, but let's see. Andrew J. put in a 20, and thank you very much, Andrew J., for the support. He said, Enforcer Matt, Zelenskyy is about to sign away 50% of Ukraine's minerals under huge duress. Any contract signed under duress will be set aside by a New York court, and do you agree? The only problem, Andrew, is this. Yes, he is signing under duress, and also thank you for the support, but this issue would not be in a New York court. That's the only issue. This is between 2 countries, and basically Zelenskyy would be screwed if he signed that, because the USA could show up and then demand they take the minerals, and then they could take action against him to get the minerals if he didn't comply. So that would not be good. But Enforcer, what say you?
There really is no law, and certainly the state of New York doesn't have binding power over the federal government of the United States or the state of Ukraine, so that would not happen. As far as it goes, Matthew's exactly right. There is no binding greater power out there to decide a dispute in between 2 countries. So if the state of Ukraine signed that agreement and then said we're not fulfilling it, the United States actually has grounds to conduct military action against Ukraine at that point. If the Ukrainians don't sign it, then the U.S. can just screw them over. So really, both ways, Ukraine can get screwed over because the realm of diplomacy is a very cutthroat kind of a land. When you really get down to it, you can just screw people over at a moment's notice, and there really is nothing to really smooth that over like there is here in like a judicial system, say here in the United States. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Adam, for that support, and we appreciate it very much. And Adam says, yes, I'm intoxicated. Oh, well, goodness. I said, but my mind is still as sound as a lighthouse, providing a beacon for ships passing through, you know?
Ships passing through the night. That's what they always say. Oh, man, I'm telling you. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one. Also, by the way, Robert, I would generally doubt that, because I think if I remember just a day or 2 ago, I think an executive order was passed saying that only the president could interpret the law. So I don't know why you'd be handing that over to a New York state court, which is not in the federal system whatsoever, which he's a part of, to decide something. Maybe that would be decided by anyone if they wanted, like for some reason, if that was handed over to a court system by the U.S. Supreme Court, but it certainly wouldn't be decided by the state of New York's, well, it's a court in the state of New York, because the court of the state of New York isn't a binding decision on the federal government. There is such a thing as dual tracks in the court system. Federal courts cannot tell, well, federal district courts cannot tell states what they can do. Only the Supreme Court of the United States can. And state courts can't override federal courts. They're two entirely separate systems. The only thing that can actually make supreme overarching decisions over the whole system is the U.S. Supreme Court. So that's largely how it works. Like a state court of New York can't tell the President of the United States that he can and can't do something on a federal level. They have no actual jurisdiction to be able to do something like that. A federal district court would, but a New York state court of any kind would not. The New York State Supreme Court would not either. The only courts that would have any kind of binding power over the executive would be federal courts of some variety. The Supreme Court, of course, being the final say in all judicial matters throughout the entirety of the United States, state and federal. So I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and the next one goes to Duncan VR, who puts in a $12 donation, and thank you, Duncan, as well, for that support, and he has the animal noises. This is in the super chat. I have not gone berserk. Duncan says, Baba, the fly got 7 watching his show, moo because he's close to getting a wheel for his office chair. Oh, man, I'm telling you, they're eating the dogs on Tuesdays. Meow, quack, moo. Oh, man, moo, woof. Oh, man, donkey.
Aw, man, I need a desk and a chair and a trip to DC. Aw, man. But I do thank you so much for the support, Duncan VR, and throwing in the traditional animal noises. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make it possible. And I got to thank you so much once again for that, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we just wouldn't be able to make this thing a reality. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to CK Bold, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, CK, for the support. They said, take a live chat question. And we shall. We shall grab a live chat question in honor of CK Bold. And CK Bold, this question is going to go to, let's see here, O2. She says, what do you think of Germany wanting to smooth things over with Russia?
I haven't heard that. If anything, I've heard the opposite. So I largely would say I'd have to declare ignorance on that one, because I haven't heard a single thing about the Germans wanting to smooth anything over with the Russians. So I hope that addresses that somewhat well, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to the Panama Canal, who puts in a $10 donation.
Hey!
And thank you very much, Panama Canal, for helping to transport our ships. Slava Ukraine.
Was that it?
That was it.
Oh, well.
Yes, that was it.
Well, I thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, and Slava Ukrainian, Rom Slava. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Nightmare Before Christmas, who puts in a 10 and says, France to 5%. And I hope the UK follows. And take a question, please.
I hope that the UK does follow, and hopefully France will rapidly bump up the defense spending to 5%. Hopefully so. But we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to, let's see here. This one's going to go to Glock, who's there, who says, why would Zelenskyy sign the rare earth minerals deal? The USA gave the support gratis, no future guarantees for security, and it sounds like the POTUS is worse than the Putin. Honestly, I don't know why Zelenskyy would feel compelled to sign that unless he was under duress like he is right now. Where basically it's Ukraine's going to get robbed of Starlink, they're going to get robbed of support, they're going to get robbed of everything unless he signs the deal. Under that scenario, he basically has to sign it, or otherwise Ukraine's going to be screwed. So he might be left no choice. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd largely have to agree with Matthew's assessment. He shouldn't sign it, but he really has no choice, especially because if Starlink is cut off, the Ukrainian army at that point really is screwed, because most of their operations are being done with drones in terms of fire support, and without those drones, there is no fire support at that point. The infantry are practically out there with no support at all. So I hope that does address that somewhat well, and I think he wants to give her sponsoring that live chat and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Neil Vizanon, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Neil, for the support. He said, sorry, LSA, I have to cut it short tonight. I'm dancing with the deadline, and I have a lot of work to do. But I just wanted to be here and let you know that I was here.
Hey, and we're happy to have you here, and it's perfectly fine. It's better to be here than not, I suppose. And we've actually had a lot of people here tonight. We had like 9.2 thousand people here at the peak again, which is crazy to think. But beyond that, I got to thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we were happy to have you here, even if it wasn't for that long. But I hope you get taken care of those deadlines. And a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, someone in the live chat, Off Grid with Scott, said he cannot sign it, meaning Zelenskyy, or otherwise the Ukrainians will propaganda Zelenskyy as a traitor that sold out his country. Well, he's facing that risk either way right now, because if he signs it, there are people in this country that could label him as a traitor because, once again, he gave away a ton of minerals that the United States was really not owed to receive. But at the same time, if he fails to sign it and the USA is not bluffing and they pull Starlink from Ukraine, that's going to finish off the Ukrainian military, I think, pretty rapidly, because without that, they don't have any field deployable Wi-Fi and they can't run their drones. So that would be a death knell. So, I mean, either that's why this is so disgusting of a situation, because it's putting Zelenskyy in an impossible spot. And that's not right to do to an ally like that, because he's been fighting for Ukraine's security and also for Europe's security basically for at least 3 years now. So that's why it's so bad. But Enforcer, would you like to weigh in?
I would largely just agree with that, really.
All right, then. Well, on that note, we're going to move on to our next super chat, which goes to Flash1, who puts in a 20 Australian. And thank you very much, Flash, for that support. And they said, hey, Enforcers, and a bit late for happy birthday, Enforcer, but happy birthday. And you both do a great job. And cheers to you. And thank you, Flash.
Hey, and I got to thank you so much for the support, Flash, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so with that, thank you so much once again. And thank you for the happy birthday wishes as well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to, let's see here, making sure I'm grabbing the right one. And yes, this one is going to go to Brian Gonzalez, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Brian, as well, for that support. He said, U.S. military lethality relies on allied-linked tactical network. For example, EU radars spots the threats, the U.S. F-35s respond to the threat, and then if you leave NATO and the tactical net is reduced and crippled, that means that Bricks gear is incompatible, and talk to the Patriot systems and people.
And that might actually be a bit of an issue. I don't really know the exact interconnectivity between those systems, to be entirely honest, but I largely would say that there probably would be some considerable issues if the Western Sphere split in two, because it's practically interconnected to the point it would be pretty hard to separate without some considerable damage being done to our ability to wage war. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, let's see here. I saw an interesting question as well from the live chat. Destiny Edgington said, is there no alternative to Starlink? Not as far as I'm aware, at least not one that's as extensive and as reliable as Starlink. That is one thing that, for example, Musk did really well. He did, I don't know if he invented Starlink or not, but whatever he is, he's in charge of the Starlink company, which is run by SpaceX. And it's a very good system. Like it's one of the first of its kind in the world, and it is very effective. But the catch is, though, I don't think there's an alternative to it just yet that Ukraine could field in the field to deploy that where they're fighting right now. So that's why it's so crucial to keep that running, because right now there's only one option to my knowledge. But Enforcer, do you know if there's another option or not? Because I don't think there is, but is there?
From what I understand, there isn't really any alternatives or options to that system at this point.
Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it then. And also, by the way, someone said, wow, totally ignore my super chat. No, we're getting to it. Don't worry. But thank you for the support. But anyways, with that, we're now moving back to our super chats. And this one goes to Andrew J, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Andrew, for the support once again. And he actually, he actually put in the same question they put in earlier as well. And that's what got me confused. But I saw it 3 times. I was like, wait, what's the same question over and over and over? But thank you very much, Andrew, for that support once again. And we appreciate it. And our next one is going to go to Ari Sawini, who puts in a 10 Australian. And thank you very much, Ari, for the $10 support. They said, in a not-so-distant galaxy with a country that is a mirror image of the United States, will the leader have a third or longer term despite current practice, LOL?
I really can't weigh in on that because that's a domestic political thing. But the constitutional amendment, I forgot which one it is. I believe it's one of the higher number ones. Actually states that the president can only serve for 2 terms. So constitutionally, a president can only serve for 2 terms. So this current president is on their last term at this point. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And I thank you once again for support. Also, Matthew, really quickly, we will skip forward and address that one where they said, wow, totally ignores my super chat. I'll address it real quick. They threw in a 5 and said, I'm quite a bit behind, but Enforcer and Enforcer Matt are being pretty political tonight. tonight. Where are your mods at? And to be really frank about that, I decide the rules on what's political and what's not. So if I'm speaking about it, it is within our no politics rule. So I thank you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Panama Canal once again, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Panama Canal, for the second support of the night. And they said, why is the U.S. burning bridges with the EU? And is NATO preparing for World War III? And the USA doesn't want to deal with the Eastern Front?
I don't really know. I don't think the world's preparing for World War III. I think Europe is, but I don't really think the United States is, to be entirely. I don't really know what the United States is doing. Like, I'll be honest with you, I don't really see a greater framework or a strategy to this. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, I'll be completely honest there. It just makes no sense. So I really can't even tell you what the plan is or what's going on, because none of it's adding up to me. Like, I'll just be completely honest. I don't really get what the foreign policy objective is at this point, because it isn't even really isolationist. It's just, let's not do what's in our interest, but also let's screw everyone over and act like we have a right to do it, or else there will be consequences if we don't allow, if they don't allow us to just screw them over and do it. So I'm not really understanding what the prerogatives are. Nothing is clear about it. But with that, I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Ryan H., who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, Ryan H., for that 10, and we appreciate it. And it said, I've always had respect for Elon and what he has done in regards to reusable rockets, but it is troubling to think that he might assist the U.S. in shutting off the Starlink terminals that Ukraine relies on.
It is incredibly concerning. I would be honest, I don't really even know how he is involved in the government or why. I'll just list some of my issues. He's a non-natural U.S. citizen, not born in this country, which, to be that entrenched into the executive branch at that kind of a level, I don't really know how he is able to get away with that without being a natural-born citizen, which he isn't. Another thing is that he wasn't elected. He simply funded the president's campaign, which does not mean that you get to have your own department in the government, just made for yourself, where you can do really whatever you want. I'm not really getting a lot of it. Like, I would say he was cool. Like, I'll be completely frank with you. He was cool when he did rockets and cars. He's not cool when he starts getting involved in the government like that and no one even voted for him. It's kind of like the same thing, how people said that, people from that very same group said that nobody voted for the candidate of the other party in this last election, which is true. Like, like no one did. She just kind of put there. It's like, well, nobody voted for him. It's like, so that's kind of like a touche kind of a deal. Like I know nobody I know that voted for that guy voted for Elon. It's like, why in the world is he up there? Like, literally traveling around with the president everywhere. Like, he was also, like, he's the proconsul of Rome. I'm not really understanding this one. But anyways,
kind of carrying the clown show around with it. Like, here's my thing. The office of the presidency, regardless of who has the office, is supposed to have an air of professionalism to it, because, of course, it's an office that should be respected. It's the highest office in the United States, and it's the most powerful office in the entire world. There's always some level of stupidity that goes on with it, because, it's just the nature of politics, but it shouldn't be turned into, for example, let's bring your kid to work day and have your toddler eating on the Resolute desk. That shouldn't be part of it. Press briefings and conferences should be a lot more taken seriously instead of showing up and having your kid running around in circles. Also, the jokes should be cut to a minimum. Like, for example, we joke here on the show because we're running a show for people to watch, and so some of it's informational, some of it's entertainment. And we're not the president, or one of us isn't the president. So if we were the president, you'd have to be much more serious. That's the respect the office deserves, and I'm not seeing that right now. It looks like it's being taken somewhat as a sort of a jovial position, which it's really not. It's very serious, which is kind of a bit goofy to me. But anyways, moving on to our next super chat. This one goes to Mike Fed, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Mike, for the support. And they said Elon Musk has raided Social Security and is releasing all of our private data into the dark web. And we are literally under attack from Putin. I will say I haven't seen any evidence of that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I haven't seen any evidence of that either. But I don't. Like, I'll just make it fairly clear. I don't like the idea of some guy, like just some unelected guy, just roaming around and getting access to all that kind of sensitive information and data. That's not really something I'm a fan of. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support. And also there's going to be some goofs. I want to go ahead and meet this one at the head. There's going to be some goofs in here saying, "Oh, you're just a snowflake because you don't like Elon." No, I generally wouldn't like anyone doing that. I don't give a damn who they are. I don't give a damn if they were a billionaire or Elon or George Soros. I don't like anyone doing that. Like, that just seems like a breach of privacy. And not only that, no one even voted for the guy. And then on top of that, like, my major gripe with him, he's not even a natural born citizen. He was born in South Africa. Like he's a citizen of the United States, but to really have anything to do with the executive or really to be the president of the United States, you have to be a natural born citizen. So why in the world is this guy almost like the proconsul president, and he's not even a natural born citizen? And on top of that, he's not even, that doesn't even exist, being like a proconsul president, almost like the second person who is the president. You know, like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. You know, like I generally would. Well, I actually would be making the same gripe if this was the opposite party doing the exact same thing. It's un-American. Like, it's really largely unconstitutional. Like, to just have this guy standing around the Oval Office speaking on the behalf of the president. Like, I've been watching the press conferences, he's been doing it. It's like, that's not right. Like if that happened under any other administration, I'd be saying the same thing. I'd be saying, what the hell's going on? Like, this is just wrong. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then you also have the other guy, Matthew, who says that he's going to weaponize a certain bureau to start coming after people who say stuff like it's just not a good look at this point. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, they can't come after us. We're the radio guys. I mean, they can't come after us.
Yeah, we're just the talking heads.
Radio guy. What are you going to do? Beat up on the radio guy? But anyways, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Fernando, who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, Fernando, for that support. They said, I rewinded the video, and it's very disappointing to keep hearing about the stupid mineral deal. It's good to see the EU stepping up, especially France, since I'm part French. And thanks for the updates.
Hey, and no problem. We'd love to make sure to give some updates. And I thank you so much once again for support and enjoying this channel. And of course, it's annoying to hear about the mineral deal, but it's one of the biggest diplomatic things that's happening at this point, and it is akin to blackmail at this point. So it's a thing that has to be covered. But I know that a lot of people don't want to hear about it. And me personally, I wouldn't really want to be covering any of this stuff. I would like to be covering what we thought was going to be happening, which would have been the best case scenario. But now we're dealing with a situation we're having to navigate it the best we can. And so with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, and I thank you once again for the support and helping us to keep this thing running. And let's see. And with that, thank you once again. I was wanting to make sure that I wasn't missing anything in the chat, and we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, I see some people saying this. Some people say, well, the Musk is just an advisor. It's not really that big of a deal. They say that because it's for legal reasons, right? That's the reason why they call him just an advisor. In fact, I believe they're taking the position that Musk doesn't even have an official position within this government efficiency organization that's been created by the federal branch of government, the executive branch of government. They're saying he doesn't even have an official role in it, even though he obviously does, because it looks like he's the head of it. That's the way he's being presented. So it's a sneaky way to basically get around regulations and laws. In my opinion, that's what it looks like to me, and it looks to be like they're sort of like shoehorning him in. But that's just my personal opinion. It's up to you to form your own opinion. But anyways, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to all the French champagne.
Oh! Go ahead.
Who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much for that support. And I did not see a comment attached, but thank you very much for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for the support. All the French. They've always been known for their excellence. There is a California champagne inspired by that same French excellence, and that is Parmesan. But nevertheless, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Glassy Biscuit, who puts in a 5, and thank you very much for the support. They said mineral deal being signed, possible peace deal. What happens when Russia inevitably tries to finish what they started years after the peace agreement?
Oh, they'll just say that it's the fault of some other person or some other group or something like that. It'll be something along those lines. But nevertheless, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And I thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, someone said, please stop with the politics. Like, look, I got to say this, folks. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you, all right? I would say that someone's a shitty person if they abandon 12 of their bastard children every day of the week. Like that's I'm not going to sit there and make bones about that. I don't care if he's a part of your party or you like them. That's a degenerate person to do something like that. All right. Like, Let me guess. Someone who's in your political party can go rob a gas station and shoot the attendant, and when they do it, it's justified. But when the other party does it, then it's wrong, and it's only wrong because they're a part of the other party. Is that what we're going with? That's not what I go with, buddy. I go with things morally are across the board. If I see a degenerate, I'm going to call them for what they are. That's a degenerate kind of a thing and a degenerate action. I'm not going to sit there and try and schmooze it over because you might be politically aligned with that person, so you like to do buddy stuff and let it slide. Like, I don't do that. Like, I can call out people on the other side all day long that also did stuff, like one of the president's sons of the last administration, who everyone knows is some kind of a rabble rouser of a sort and a ne'er-do-well. Like, everyone knows that. And to say that that person looks like an upstanding individual because you're a part of that party, that's ridiculous. Like, have some sense and actually have a moral compass instead of just trying to be in with the group that really wouldn't give a damn about you, and say that something's wrong when you see that it's wrong. And because that would be the first way of fixing everything that's wrong, is instead of letting wrong things slide because they're aligned with your personal beliefs, is to call out wrongs when you see them. Like, I'm not a limp spine kind of a person. If I see something I don't like it. Like, that's just how it works. I'm not going to sit there and hide ifs, ands, and buts because I might be aligned with that political affiliation. That's ridiculous. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and with that, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to DJ, who puts in a $5 donation and actually puts in two $5 donations. And thank you very much, DJ, for the support. And he said, "No, let's see here. Now here's the thing, DJ. He made a comment. He's not thinking very highly of America right now because of the situation. We have to remember this. I've said this about the Ukraine conflict. I'll say it about America. The American people are not, shitty just because the government's making crappy decisions. The people in America, some people wanted this, some people didn't want it, and some people just don't know any better because they're not educated enough. That's the honest truth of it. The same thing goes for Russia. The Putin government, who's a dictatorship, does not represent every single Russian in the country. There are Russians that don't believe in the Ukraine war, but they don't speak out about it because if they do, they might find themselves at the end of a bad situation inside of Russia. So I don't like to lump people in one big category. And America is still, I would say, the greatest country on earth. It may be going a little bit sideways right now in foreign policy because of some bad decisions being made, but it's not time to say, F America or something like that, because that seems to be the trend now, is if something goes awry, then just screw the whole thing and piss off with it. That's the whole mentality that the current U.S. administration is having toward Ukraine that we don't like. So we don't want to repeat that in another way. So, Enforcer, what say you?
Also, at the end of that, that's just peak defeatism, like to just give up and walk off when one thing goes wrong. The situation's fixable. It's just that it's not going to be good for now, but we can fix the situation in the future. Like, America is a great country. Giving up is the work of a coward, in my opinion. I'm never going to give up. Like, I love the country. I love everyone in it, no matter what their political affiliation is, and I want to see everyone succeed. And I'm going to keep going until eventually I can find some way to be some part of the government in some way or some aspect to try and make a little sliver, a grain of sand of difference in the way that I can. I would hope that I could do that one day. But still, like, giving up and just walking off because something's going wrong. Like, I'll admit, I'm not happy with the current administration and their foreign policy prerogatives whatsoever, but I'm never going to forsake the country and then just walk off from it and act like I hate it, because there are still people in here in this chat that are Americans of all different kinds. Y'all wouldn't believe it. We have people of every political affiliation here in this chat right now. It's just that the no politics rule makes it very hard to see that. And I really hope that all of y'all succeed, and I hope that I can bring y'all the kind of prosperity and general welfare that everyone's always looking for in this country when everyone tries to get out there and work a honest job and make an honest day's pay. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, we got a little reversal going on here, by the way. Speaking of U.S. positions on Ukraine, we have a bit of a reversal. It sounds like the U.S. administration is currently saying that they were a bit misspoken. They misspoke a little bit, and they're now saying that Russia did, in fact, invade Ukraine. But Zelenskyy should have taken steps. But Zelenskyy should have taken steps to avert the invasion because he let them invade. But Russia was the one to invade. So we're making progress, people. We're making progress.
we finally got them to admit at least reality. Matthew, I think your 1.3 million view tweet may have contributed in that just a small bit, like just a small bit, that the Grok AI actually said that Russia invaded Ukraine instead of the other way around. Maybe a small amount. Maybe.
That just put us on the list, probably, is all that probably did. But,
dude,
whatever.
Dude, like, at that moment, when we have to fight those people, I've got a little list. I've got a little list of society's offenders who might well be underground. You know that song, Matthew?
I don't.
The one
I'm
from
not
the
really
Mikado? You know, like Gilbert and Sullivan's.
The what?
The Mikado?
I
Wait a minute, you don't know?
that.
Wait, hold up. Let me go get that for you real quick. The Mikado. Made by Gilbert and Sullivan. It is a... I know that a lot of people in the chat got to know about this because this song was parodied a million times. But we're on the... So basically, what the song was about, the one I'm talking about, it was the Lord High Executioner of this town, and he's there pretty much to make sure that nobody gets executed because he was the next one on death row. So if the next person is to be executed, it'll be him. So he pretty much has an incentive to make sure not to kill anyone. But nevertheless, in his free time, he's made a little list of pretty much the people in society that no one likes, and it's a goofy list like the song is. And I wish I could find it, man, because it was a funny song, and people keep on modifying it in the present day to come up with all kinds of different things. But they'll talk about like annoying people, you know, like someone who doesn't know how to dance, but they'd like to try, so they stamp on your feet and stuff like it's that kind of a deal. So you just add anyone to the list that you want to, and it's like we're on that list, man. Like it's like that tweet probably got us on the list.
Honestly, probably did. And also, we submitted our information for the list too when we applied for the White House press pass. So we just voluntarily gave it as well. But it would have been, you know, gathered anyway. I mean, it's not like a secret. We're out here speaking to 9,000 plus people continuous a night, and it ends up being about 100,000 people a night. So it's not secret what we're saying here. It's being broadcast out to everybody.
Dude, don't you like it when people try and threaten us and go, "I've got you recorded, so if you try and backtrack," it's like it's a live show. 100 or so thousand people just heard it. It's like, yeah, I'm fine. Like, it's like, that's not a threat, dude. People heard it.
Also, by the way, just another note, I'm seeing here that apparently we're getting a new report as well, that it looks like they're saying now, according to reports, that Zelenskyy can only maintain ties with the United States by only signing the mineral deal. And they're showing a picture of Zelenskyy looking very desperate, like he wants to say, I don't want to sign. I don't want to sign. But the devil on his shoulder saying, sign the deal, sign it now. I don't want to sign.
It's a great deal. You have no guarantees. That's the greatest part about it. We don't have to follow through with anything after you sign it. Go ahead and sign it. It's just like the Budapest Memorandum. It's 2.0.
You know what this could be? You know, that reversal I just mentioned? It could be because the deal is either about to wrap up here in like 30 minutes to an hour, or it could be it's already signed, and now that's gained some favor once again with the current leadership. That could be why that reversal has been made, because that reversal is very sudden. And honestly, well, I won't go there. It's going to get political. But anyways, are we on to the next one, Enforcer? Or are we going to discuss something else?
Yeah, we're on to the next one. Yeah, sure. Like, we got to make sure to get to live chats on time tonight.
So our next one here goes to Chris Chaturos, Fight the Good Fight, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Chris, for that support. Now, they said, Slav Ukraine, and may victory be with the defenders of the freedom of Ukraine, and stay strong and keep fighting the good fight. And LSA stands with Ukraine.
Hey, and the Lee Spring Army does stand with Ukraine because it's within American and Western interests. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Just Chillin', who puts in a 5 and says, the goldfish crackers fun, and grab one from the chat.
And I got to thank you so much for the goldfish crackers fun. I'm probably going to have some after the show, but I do thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And oh my goodness, here comes another one. I'm behind, but I take it this isn't a non-political pro-U.S. channel anymore because the whole thing has been shitting on the U.S. When in the world have I crapped on the U.S. or the people of the United States? Come on, buddy. Get real. Get real. I'm sitting here saying that the actions of the current administration in foreign policy are atrocious. That's what I said. There was no dissing on America. There was some dissing on some actions made by the Office of the President of the United States, which we've done before on this channel in the prior administration. It's just that I'm assuming you have a political leaning towards this one, so when I did it on the last one, it was okay for you, but when I do it on this one, now I'm crossing some sort of a line for you. I see through it, because I'll know something to the person who got banned. You've been here for years, I know, because I've seen you in the chat. So every time I criticize the last president, you were totally fine with that. Like, no problems at all, no qualms about it. Then I start making gripes about the current U.S. president, and then you have a problem with it. That tells me that you've drank some political Kool-Aid, and now I've triggered you. Like, that's like, when people do that, folks, that's what I get out of it. Like, if you have been here for a couple of years, and you had no problem with me dissing on the last president when he was making bad foreign policy objectives or plans, and then I say it on this one, and you say something and you start bucking it, like, I'm going to be honest, those folks look like fools to me, because it's like, I'm non-political and I criticize things that don't look good for America equally. So to sit there and try and bash me because you don't like it that now it's your guy's turn, that doesn't look good to me. You've lost a lot of respect in my eyes. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to ICO Rich, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much for the support. They said, I get the no politics rule, but it may be now impossible, and if I ever put any political party above our national interests, it'll be time to reevaluate my priorities. Honestly, though, hundreds of millions of people in this country do that already. Like, there's a very small percentage that don't do that anymore. So I would say you're in the minority. But Enforcer, what say you?
Probably in the minority right along with us. You're in the boat. But I do thank you for the support. And we can still remain non-political. Like, I don't like the thing that like people don't get. You don't have to sit there and go drink the Kool-Aid because you don't like what someone's doing. Like, I didn't like some of the things the last president did, but that didn't mean I had to hop into the Kool-Aid. I'll just be honest here. Like, I don't like what the last president did, so I didn't have to become a full-on MAGA person, and I don't like what the current president's doing, so I don't have to become a full-on liberal. Like, that's just not how it works. Like, what we talk about and what we analyze here on this channel is foreign policy. And of course, I have certain kinds of things that I believe are inherent within America's interests. Both parties sometimes go along with that and sometimes don't. And so when that happens, I'll say that's a good thing that they did. I like to see it. And then when they don't do that, I'll say that's a bad thing to do and I don't like that. Like, that's just kind of how it works on the channel. But I'm not really into getting political and then acting like one side's blessed and righteous and the other side's villainous and terrible, because the reality is that both sides are pretty wretched and villainous. And that's why I don't really like to touch the political thing. Like, if I agree with one side or the other, what a coincidence. But if I don't, I don't. That's really how I look at it. Because I'm, at the end of the day, I'm going to be unbiased and just, call it for what it is on the foreign policy level. But on domestic politics, hell no, I'm never touching that. Like, that's just a cesspit of nothingness to me. Like nothing ever makes sense to me. Like, how in one situation this is fine and in the other it's not. I kind of touched on that last night, and only on one topic, but it's the same on every single topic. The federal government, according to one group, can't decide things for the states, but then when they're in power, they decide everything for every state, just like the other party. And then the other party also says they can't tell, one state to do this. The federal government can't make overarching rules, and then they also do the same thing. And it's like, well, that's just being hypocritical. I can't really subscribe to that kind of a deal, and then act like one side's right over the other when they're both the same, and then people will go, well, one does things worse than the other. No, you're biased. Like, they do the same thing. I promise you. Like, if I went and called them all off, people would be going political till the cows came home here in the chat. But they are quite honestly the same. Like, when you actually sit back and look at them unbiasedly, same deal. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to DE, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Delaware, for that support. I know it's not Delaware, but thank you very much, DE. They said, being able to critique leadership is a marker of freedom of speech. Going along with anything a leader does, right or wrong, is a sign of being subservient and opens the road to totalitarianism.
I would agree. It's like one thing that we don't really want to do a lot on this channel is scrutinize domestic political things at all, is because that breaks our rules. But at the same time, as far as foreign policy goes, it's like, if we aren't scrutinizing or really considering whether something is within America's interest or not, I mean, it's like, are we really looking out for America's interest at that point, or are we just kind of bandwagoning? Like, that's kind of my question there. But with that, I thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, man, someone got triggered. Look at that. You had to get them. Don't both sides. One side really is bad. Yeah, and then I watched the other one. Like you're saying that one side's going down the fascist path. Yeah, and then the other side's going down a near socialist communist path whenever they can. So what is the end goal here? I mean, both sides, when you really allow them to run wild, are going towards different quote unquote different kinds of extremism. But when you get down to the bottom of the chalice, you're going to find out that both of them, at their most basic boiled down elements, are just a different form of the same thuggish extremism, whether it's fascism or communism. So, what's the real difference there? Like it's like, oh, so we're going to have like literally like the flags of fascism and communism are both red. It's like you literally come down to literally the same symbological color basics even with fascism and communism. It's like, so what are we going to do? We're going to pick one side that if you let them run rampant, they're going to end up genociding half the population, or you pick the other side of the population, which will, the other side of the political spectrum, which at its most extreme will also genocide half the population. Pick the poison. It's like, come on. It's like, be real. Like, it's like if on the extremes of both ends, they end up becoming barbarian thugs all the same. Just like fascism and communism are. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cachulian343, who puts in a 5 and says, I don't care what your personal politics are. This is a disgusting thing to do to one of our most significant allies, and it's mafia tactics and shameful. That's what I was saying on Twitter today. I was saying, it doesn't matter what political side you take. If you're in favor of screwing people over and trying to get basically an unfair advantage over other people knowingly, like you go into a deal like trying to force somebody to sign something is unfair, and you're trying to use pressure tactics to get them to sign it. That's just a crappy thing to do. It doesn't matter what political party you're from. And some people turn it into a political issue. If you turn that into a political issue, that basically comes down to whether or not your political party believes in screwing people over or not, which, I don't see how that's political at all. That's just something that's just not good. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would largely agree with all that as well. And so with that, thank you once again. I hope that was addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Octavian Timarasanu, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much to Octavian for the support. They said, despite the rift and what is going on with the U.S., I am hopeful that good Americans will eventually take power and lead the Western world again. LSA.
And hopefully so, maybe. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Cachulian343, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Cachulian, for that support. They said, the victor is not victorious if the vanquished does not consider themselves so.
I would agree. Like, that's a pretty good way of putting it, actually. And so with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, I can't cover this one, but somebody made a really good point in the chat, by the way. A very good point, actually, but I can't get into it. It gets too political. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Celix the Fat once again, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Celix, for that support. And it said, I once saw people putting water in the water. Think about it. Bam.
Man.
Solid fun.
Dude, that's deep. They were putting E. coli in the water. But beyond that, thank you so much for the support, and we will make sure to get one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right. So this one from the chat goes to Connor Van Deventer, who says, do you think that France could take on Russia with Ukraine's help?
Yeah, I think they could. Like, I actually do think they could. I had to think about that for a second. But yeah, I think anyone could take on the Russians at this point with how bad off they are. But still, I hope that does address that well. And I thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And now I'm seeing some people trying to come to bat. No, my party isn't as bad as the other one. I've never seen anything this bad. No, you're looking through it through rose-tinted glasses. I can bring up a million things that have been done that have been questionable, very suspect. Like, there's a lot. Like, to act like here's the thing. What people are saying with that is that the sins of my party should be excused and expunged, and we shouldn't care about it because the other party's a little worse than mine. So let's take all of our attention and focus on the wrongdoings of them instead of just focusing it on wrongdoings at large. That's what that's saying. Like, to sit there and say that one of the leading faces of your party isn't involved in the largest amount of insider trading possible would be absurd. That's going on both sides, but there are some major contenders in that category on both sides of the aisle, and to act like that isn't happening and that should largely be excused to go focus on one political party instead doing it, and that's rose-tinted visioning to me. Like, that's how it is with everything. Like, for example, in the government, whenever anyone gets a bribe, if it was your party's guy who got a bribe, oh, let's just overlook that because the other side, they've done so many sins, we might as well just let this one slide and let it pass. Like, no, wrongs are wrongs. Like, that's how I look at it. That's why I don't really get behind either of them, because they all commit pretty bad wrongs when you actually sit back and look at it. Like, I'm not one to sit there and try and openly defend one group and be like, no, they aren't as bad as the other. Oh no, they are. Like, I promise you. Like, you just don't see it because you're largely supporting them. Like, I beg of you, take a week, sit back and look at both of them, and you will see all of the corruption and all of the bribing and scamming that's being done by both sides, and then you'll go, they really are the same for the large part. I mean, when you really see it. Sometimes it takes years because the other side has to get empowered to really see it, and then you'll see it, and then you'll be like, oh, damn, they are the same, and then you'll really kind of get the point I'm making. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Steve T, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Steve, for that support as well, and helping to keep the channel running. And they said, do you think the UK and France should increase the number of nuclear weapons and the countries they are stored in based on the fact the US is saying they'll be pulling out?
I don't think so. Like, the British and the French have a good amount of nuclear weapons as it is, 400 apiece nearly, which is actually a pretty substantive amount. And also, the British usually house their intercontinental ballistic missiles not on land, but actually in their ballistic missile carrying submarines. So I don't really think they need to relocate them because they're pretty well off on their own. I mean, Russians really can't even find them until they launch, and by then it'll be too late. So I generally think that the British are fine, and the French generally are fine as well. I mean, they're within striking distance of the Russians, so really no reason to even move them. But still, I hope that does address that well, and thank you once again for support. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Ulysses HL, who puts in a 2, along with David Malone, who also puts in a $2 donation. And thank you very much, David and Ulysses, for that support and helping to keep the channel running. And we also have a 2 from Plazoth, who puts in that $2 donation and says coffee.
Hey, and thank you so much, Plazoth, for the coffee fund. And so with that, thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Western Body, who puts in a 2 and says the USA has taken no free lunch to a whole new level. Yeah, they did. They said no free lunch, plus give us your lunch, plus we're taking your next lunch too. That's the level they took it to. But
and give us some money on top of it, like for a lunch after that.
Man, like a schoolyard bully, man. They're beating the hell out of them, taking their lunch money, and saying we're going to take all your lunch money from this point forward.
Man, really screwing them over. But beyond that, I would agree with that. They really have taken the whole no free lunch to a new level here, really. But beyond that, thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to James Son, who puts in a 2 and says, fair deal. It will cost money to mine. Good invest. That's oversimplifying it, I would say.
Yeah, that's really oversimplifying it. I would say that's not a good deal. That's shafting someone. Because if I told you, oh, you can't pay rent, here's $100. And then a year later, I came back and said, hey, you owe me $1,000. You need to pay now or I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Like, you'd be like, what the hell? You would be like, what is going on? Like, you'd be like, this is messed up. And it would be. Like, that's exactly what's going on with Ukraine right now. Like, yeah, I'm going to have to spend some calories knocking your teeth out. But that doesn't mean that it's fair. I mean, like, it's like, come on. Like you see what I'm saying? Like, it just... Like, no, like, there is no way to look at that as fair. If that happened on a personal level in between you and me, you would call it unfair, and you'd be dead to rights to call it unfair. It is unfair. And especially considering that this isn't an adversary. I mean, we want to be unfair to our adversaries. That's how diplomacy works. But we're working with a country that is Western aligned and therefore an ally. You can't treat them like that. Like, that's just shaking them down. But I hope that does address that well. Thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Celix the Fat, once again, who puts in a 2, and says Soylent Sausage is the people.
Oh, man, Soylent Sausage. I wouldn't eat that. But still, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And also, Off-Grid is talking about the Super Chat, Matthew, by the way. With that, we are on to the next one.
I said, huh? Moving on to our next super chat. This one goes to Uncovered Cube 7, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much for the support. They said, shout out, Sasquatch, LSA.
Hey, and a big shout out to the Sasquatch. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Dino Perry 87, who puts in a 2 as well, and says, it's all love enforcers, LLT, LSA.
Hey, and I thank you for the support, but I wanted to address it real quick because I'm not gonna lie. With you saying you didn't even address it, I was like, wait a minute, this must be a bot. I was like, I'm gonna circle back and get it real quick. But still, thank you for the support, and it's good to know that you enjoyed the channel. But I want to make sure to address that real quick because at the end of the day, people don't know this. I created the channel and I created the no politics rule. That wasn't something that was imposed on me. I imposed it on the channel. So, largely I made the no politics rule. So if anyone's going to have a good grasp on, what would be within the confines of speaking about or not, it would be me. I was the one who made it. Back in the day, just to let you know, this is actually something kind of funny to tell you about now that it's so long past. Matthew actually wanted, when he was brought onto the channel, to actually make it political, and I said no, we don't want to do that. And so we went back and forth about that for I think a whole year at the beginning, and then finally he was like, yeah, we absolutely do not want to go political. That wouldn't even make any sense because it doesn't even really count on what we're talking about. And now Matthew is a bigger believer in being steering completely clear of politics than I am. So that's something interesting right there. But still, for the large part, interpretation of that rule, it's down to me. I am the federal law, so I generally get to decide what is political and what's not. And generally, I try to make the rule as clear as possible because there is a little bit of a gray area in there, at least for some things. But with that, we are on to the next.
In the spirit of the new American way, I'm going to bring in a third party. And I'm going to have them write up an agreement that says Enforcer Matt takes over 100% of the Enforcer channel, and that's the end of it. And I'm going to have it sent over to the Enforcer, and then I'm going to say, sign the deal. And he's going to say, no, I'm not. This is my channel. And then I'm going to have the third party come in and say, well, actually, we're going to cut off your internet connection permanently, and also we're going to cut off your computer too permanently unless you sign the deal. And then the Enforcer says, okay, I'll sign. Master plan. I'm telling you what, that's a fair deal.
Yeah, really. I mean, it really is. But with that, we are on. I'm scared now. I'm sweating over here. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, someone said, Tom Exman said, well, Matt studied politics. Yeah, that's true. That's why I want to discuss it. And honestly, I'll be straight up honest with you. It's not because of the channel. It's just because of my personal frustrations with politics over the last couple of years. And obviously, I don't talk about that here on the channel, so y'all don't know what I'm thinking about politics over the couple of years that I've been doing this. Let me just put it this way. After I finished college and I studied politics on my own, like outside of an academic setting, I was like, okay, I've had enough of this crap. That's enough for me. And I was like, that's good. Like I'll have to vote for whoever's like needed to be voted for that's right for me, for my personal needs. But outside of that, I'm not getting invested in this. It's not worth the time. But anyways, jumping into our next super chat. This one goes to Nobody, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Nobody. You're a somebody to us, but thank you very much for that support. They said Ukraine doesn't have to rely on Starlink, by the way. It's just the easiest option and the simplest. And they just need to access anyone's satellite or network and then hyper-concentrate the nodes and spread out signal extensions, the pods, and LSA.
I thank you for the support, and that does sound easier said than done, but most satellites in orbit are US-based. Very few of them are European, and the remainder of them would be Chinese or Russian, and those are incredibly small in number as well. So it sounds easy to do, but it would be a lot harder in practice to actually find satellites to work that off of. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have another super chat. This time it goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in the 5. And thank you very much, Andrew, for the support once again. He said, politics aside, I do think that U.S. hegemony is being contested now, given a non-concrete foreign policy. And I am centrist, so it's hard to make sense. And that's true. You know, the U.S. has had hegemony or, general control over world events for quite some time.
30 years.
Generally speaking. Yeah, generally speaking, for decades, actually, I think Forster said. And, to simply voluntarily give that up because you're not getting your way with people, it took so much work to build that up. That's why it kills me to see it. It hurts me inside. So I'm like, we've spent decades building that up as the United States. It's not easy to get there. And we actually got there. We're the most powerful country on the earth. And now we're about to potentially screw that all up in 1 year or less, which it hurts me deeply. But it's going to be hard to correct that if that actually gets done like that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say, and also to add on to what Matthew said, and it's gained us so much in this country to do what we've done for not only the past 30 years, where we've had pretty much complete hegemony over the entirety of the world, but also the fact of the matter that we've been doing that really since the end of World War II. That's brought us massive benefits. And like Matthew's saying, to see that pretty much all being thrown to the wayside in a single year for the promise of nothing is really ridiculous to me. It really is annoying. Because it's like, who in the world's going to want to come back to a country that doesn't have any money flowing through it anymore? You know, like if the whole idea is that we're going to pretty much pretty much tariff the hell out of everyone to where the businesses will return, and they've made it fairly clear already that they're not returning. It's like, also, why would they want to return? It's like they're going to return to an economy that is plummeting because they're not able to get vital goods that they need to have imported, and the consumer demand is incredibly high. The prices are incredibly high for everything, which means they have to be paid even higher wages. It's a loss for these companies. And at the end of the day, these companies are going to be looking out for their shareholders, and it would make far more sense for their shareholders to see that the goods are being manufactured in a place where it costs pennies or dollars to produce, and then export those goods to a thriving economy that where people actually have expendable income. It's like, this just isn't making any sense. It's never worked anywhere. You know, it's like it never has worked anywhere. There's not a single example of this working. It's just like communism. It's like, tell me where that economic principle has worked. Never anywhere. Like, in its raw form, never worked. It always failed, and they always had to go to some sort of a limited capitalist kind of economy like China has. A idea of almost having like an autarky economic concept is an absolute abysmal failure. It just does not work. It will always end up leading to failure. And that's what a lot of people are going to learn in a couple of years. And it's going to be a damn shame that we had to learn it the hard way instead of just knowing it off the bat and not doing it. But anyways, I hope that does address that fairly well. And we are on to the next one.
And we have a first-time ever super chat from Mark Holm, who puts in a $5 donation. Thank you very much, Mark, for deciding to support the channel, and we appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And it's now time. And once again, thank you all for super chatting the channel tonight and helping to keep it running. It's a super chat. So we always say that help this live stream to keep running every single night for over 1,094 days. And we appreciate it all very much. So now it's time to thank the rest of the viewers for watching that did not super chat and get some live chat questions. And also our Morse code decoders of the stream. And tonight we had Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Kevin J, Paul Schultz, David Millsaps, her Royal Fluffiness, Arabelle Garbo, Joni Dog, and Norm Pritchett. And they said the Morse code for today says, France will ensure by all means that Western interests are secured in Europe. LLT LSA, Viva la France, 73s, Slava Ukraine.
And that's the sound of money, and y'all got it dead on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night. I got to congratulate y'all massively for getting that right time and time again. It really is impressive, and I got to give you all a huge congratulations for that. And so with that, we are on to the live chats. Due to time constraints, because once again, unfortunately, we were massively over time tonight, we'll be getting 3 live chats and then rounding out the stream. And so we are on to the third to last question of the night.
All right, so this one is going to go to Patrick Henry, who said the U.S. previously made clear that if Russia used nuclear weapons, the U.S. would act decisively. And was the recent attack on a nuclear site a test to see if those guarantees are still there?
Most likely not. That was most likely more of an overt threat directly to Ukraine, more so than anyone, because the the radioactive contamination would be fairly limited to the Belarusian Ukrainian area based off of where that power plant is, or the sarcophagus is. Beyond that, though, the Russian Federation is probably assuming that the assurances of the last administration are probably not the assurances of the current administration at this point, so they don't even really need to test them. They probably are just non-existent at this point. So with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, and we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to MC, who says, would it be smart for Ukraine to make the deal, the mineral deal, and then just wait for a more reasonable administration to renegotiate it? Honestly, though, MC, here's the thing. That sounds good, but it's really, honestly, and I'm not trying to be rude here, but it's really irrelevant because Ukraine is being put into an impossible position right now where they have to take the deal. So they don't really have an option not to take it because otherwise they're going to lose Starlink, they're going to lose aid and funding and all kinds of stuff. They're going to be left abandoned by the United States, which they really need to avoid doing. So, and honestly, there's no guarantee of a administration coming along that's different and changing it. That would be a big gamble anyway. But Enforcer, what say you?
And also, on top of that, the war is not going to last that much longer. I mean, either the Ukrainians are going to lose in a year or two, or the Russians are going to lose in a year or two. The writing's on the wall at this point. There's just no way, given the current circumstances, that either side could survive that much longer. So for that reason, they really can't even wait that long, because the war is going to be done and over with 2 years before a new presidency would ever come into being. So I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion. And also, we have one last super chat to cover before we get to the final question of the night.
And this one goes to Ari Soini once again, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Ari, once again for that support. I believe that's the third or fourth super chat of the night. They said China is projecting power with the live fire exercises outside of Sydney, and more Baltic cables were cut in the last day or two.
And we did hear about the Baltic cable getting cut. It's just that we didn't really cover it because they said it's a suspected cutting or a damage, and they're not really sure yet, so we decided to hold off on that until tomorrow. But also, there are live fire exercises going on by the People's Liberation Army Navy in the Tasmanian Sea in between New Zealand and Australia, specifically for intimidation purposes. So I hope that does address that well. Thank you for the support, Ari Sweeney, and Kiwi Wife and Finn down in New Zealand. I got to thank you all for being here tonight and supporting the channel and helping it to keep on running, and I hope I was able to address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, we have another super chat that just came in from Nobody, once again, who's a somebody who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Nobody, for that support. They said, as far as the combined ComNet of Europe, it's half paired with the U.S. ComNet, and all that Europe needs to do is grant access to Ukraine and allow piggyback. And yes, struggle, but the deal with NATO gives them access anyway, and it's just sharing theirs.
And I thank you for the support, Nobody, but there is a couple of things that we are assuming there that may not be the case in the future. For example, the United States might not be in NATO. Like, I know that hasn't really been said clearly at this point, one way or the other, but that's still a possibility, especially considering what the U.S. is doing so far right now. So with this in mind, it is not incredibly evident that that entire ComNet system could exist. And if the infrastructure, the ground infrastructure in the United States is largely what's running that communications net, then we could see that the Europeans are largely blind, or the entire system is largely inoperable because the system has been split in two and may not be able to function as it originally was intended. So that is still a good point, but if the United States isn't in NATO, there might be some major complications or issues with that idea. The system may not really be that usable anymore. But once again, I'm not really a satellite expert, so you probably know more about it than me. So hopefully that would be the case, because that would be a best case scenario right there. But still, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is like the last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be Just Sackett, who said, this mistreatment of Ukraine by the U.S. is disappointing, to say the least. And why can't the U.S. just seize Russian assets and make a better deal with Ukraine?
Wait, can you reread that one again, Matthew?
They said this mistreatment of Ukraine by you. Let me restart. Actually, this mistreat. My God, hold on a second. This one says this mistreatment of Ukraine by the U.S. is disappointing, to say the least. And why can't the U.S. just seize Russian assets and make a better deal with Ukraine?
We've already seized Russian assets, actually. We already have seized them and have them in our possession. It's just that we haven't liquidated them yet. And I don't know why the U.S. wouldn't want to make a better deal with Ukraine. It's well within our grasp and fairly easy to do. It's just that we don't want to for some reason. It doesn't make any sense to me. But beyond that, I really can't give a better answer to that, sadly, because I'll be honest with you, the current administration and its foreign policy objectives is very nonsensical to me. I really can't make much sense of anything that they're doing. But with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. And we have reached the end of tonight's stream. And boy, howdy, what a stream it was. We have had a massive night tonight. At the end of the stream, 60,000 people have watched, and at the peak, there was 9.2 thousand people here. I got to thank everyone so much once again for watching tonight. We were entirely honored and greatly appreciative of having all of y'all here watching the stream. If you did enjoy, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We're here every single day of the week except for Mondays at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, covering these entire shows. And so with that, thank you all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news of the war in Ukraine. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, slow Ukraine, and long live the Least Spring Army. The Least Spring Army will never die.
And the Leaf Spring Army will never die. And with that, folks, we'll be seeing you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern once again to cover another day of news. And I'm sure the news tomorrow will be interesting. Tomorrow, we'll probably get word on whether or not the mineral deal was signed by Ukraine. And that'll probably have all the terms and details in there to discuss it even further to figure out exactly what happened with that situation. So we'll be trying to piece that together as well. And also probably more news about France also. So a ton of news to cover tomorrow. So be sure to join us on the stream and also maybe a video. Don't count on the video, though. I'm not sure if we'll have one of those, but if there is, it'll be out midday. But of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroem Slava. Thank you all for watching. And of course, good night.
Army shall